Good. One of the issues that's been pointed out to me now by a number of people that I've spoken to here is that what may change over the next few days and weeks is the level of support for Israel. Once the initial wave of anger against the perpetrators of this act begins to die down just a little bit, people are going to be asking themselves the question of why this was happening, why the attack was launched against these symbolic twin pillars of the United States, the financial center in lower New York, and of course the military center at the Pentagon. I'm being warned here by a number of observers that we can expect that there will be growing pressure on the Israelis to back off, and that the Israelis are going to be coming perhaps under more pressure than might seem apparent at this point.
And does that also mean, do you think, that there'll be growing pressure on the United States, notably the Bush administration, to take a more active role between the Israelis and the Palestinians than it has done up until now?
I think that's precisely what the observers here mean when they say that they feel that the United States has been altogether too easygoing in terms of what the Israeli settlers in particular are doing in the occupied areas of the West Bank, and that they may feel pressure coming from here in Europe and from the Middle East, of course, to put some pressure on the Israelis in that regard.
Okay. Anything else at the moment, Ted, you'd like to report?
No, and I just wanted to add to that, Peter, that may even seem like a curious line of thinking at this point, because at the moment everything is focused so much just on the victims of these terrible attacks. But I pass it on to you only because I find it curious that it's showing up this early in the conversations here in London and in Germany and in France.
Okay, Ted, thanks very much. I think Ted is not surprised, I think, being in Europe as often as he is. As I was there recently, the reporting on the Middle East and the struggle between Israel and the Palestinians is very often different in tone in Europe, certainly in Britain, than it is here in the United States. And there is, I think, a fairly wide recognition, at least in Britain and some other European nations, that the United States and Israel are so inextricably linked in the minds of people who regard Israel as an enemy and therefore the United States as an enemy for being such a strong supporter of Israel, not seeing as being even-handed in the Middle East, is very much an issue among those people who may in some way, shape or form have supported this attack on the United States earlier. You get this, these celebrations among some of the Palestinians yesterday and among some college students and shop owners in Cairo, the Egyptian capital, and you will have found it in Jordan as well, right next door to Israel, and Iraq as well. You will get a part of the community in all cases celebrating this attack on the United States, in part because they're so angry at the United States for being what they regard as complicit in the Israeli occupation of the Palestinians. And it's really interesting. Ted, I think, is the first sort of mention we've had in the last many hours of the conflict between the Palestinians and the Israelis. And I'd ask one of our news editors here just to check the wires, if you wouldn't mind, about what's happened between the Palestinians and the Israelis today, because it was quiet yesterday, as best I can tell, and that may be moderately quiet, perhaps would be a better way to put it. But certainly was not the focus of attention for obvious reasons. But every day for months and months and months now, the conflict between the Israelis and the Palestinians has just been deep in its intensity now, unlike I think anything people who've covered the region have experienced for many, many years. Lisa Stark is on the phone from Seattle. She covers Asian from us. Just the one question. Oh, we're back live. That's nice. Will the planes fly today?
Peter, that is a big unknown at this time. We had been hearing from the Federal Aviation Administration that they had planned to get the airspace up and running, up and open again, I should say, about noon Eastern time. Of course, we've passed that deadline now, and we still have no official word from the FAA or the Department of Transportation. What we have heard that we are expecting an announcement sometime early this afternoon from the Department of Transportation. The announcement will be, as you might expect, that they will impose very strict new security measures. And they will say that until each airport and each airline meets those measures and assures the government that it is following those measures, they will not be allowed to resume operation. And this will be decided on an airport-by-airport basis, an airline-by-airline basis. So it sounds to me, after talking to a number of folks in the airline industry as well as in the government, that this is going to be a very, very slow start to resuming any kind of air flights, any kind of flights in the United States.
Well, Lisa, if you wouldn't mind, just listen to what I'm going to read at the moment now and tell me if this comports with what you think is going on. Ron Claiborne, ABC News' Ross Claiborne, who is up in Boston and has attended a news conference, a security news conference at Logan Airport, sends us this, that the Director of Aviation announced what he describes, Lisa, as new security guidelines from the FAA, which would include, I'm not sure this is the question I need to have answered, whether this is Logan or everywhere else, evacuate all terminals of every airport and check for explosives with K9 units, obviously dog units, more periodic ID checks in the terminals, an easy one, bomb detection teams, harder to get. The equipment is difficult to get. Reduce entrances, end curbside check-ins. We knew about that yesterday. Remove all unauthorized vehicles. This is at Logan Airport in Boston. Empty the parking lots. Several hundred parking lots could have thousands of vehicles towed to an empty racetrack, and that may be particular to Logan Airport in Boston. No knives sold in food and beverage areas. No cargo or mail accepted on an airline. And before passengers board, a comprehensive search of every plane will take place. First of all, those are extraordinarily stringent, Lisa, regulations or suggestions of regulations. Is that the extent to which the FAA thinks it may go?
Peter, I don't have confirmation of all of those, but I know that they've been working on security guidelines, and most of those follow along what we have been led to believe that the FAA was going to require. For example, we had heard that there would be security sweeps of all airports and airlines and airplanes, before flights would resume. That's listed in that guideline. These guidelines were being worked out all through the night and into the morning. They would not be particular to Logan Airport. If that is what is being announced there, those would be the guidelines, as far as I understand, nationwide, perhaps. Now,
well, let me interrupt you for a second and go down with these, and just give me a quick answer about how about the scope of this. More periodic ID checks in terminals, that's easy. That's a random operation.
It is.
Bomb detection teams don't appear out of nowhere, do they?
They absolutely do not. Those are dog teams, usually, obviously. Not all airports have them, I would assume, and I don't know how you would get them to every airport. Now, maybe this would not be required at every single airport.
I'm just giving you the guidelines.
I'm
just giving you the guidelines as we're getting them in the mail so far. Reduce entrances. That's not so difficult, except it would add to the congestion. End curbside check-ins. We've been through that before.
Right.
Remove all unauthorized vehicles. No knives. No cargo or mail accepted on airlines.
I had been told that that would be at least a short-term measure. I don't think they're anticipating that would be a permanent measure, but I was told that at least for a time, no cargo or mail would be accepted on the airlines.
And here's the one I think, again, I'm just talking as a traveler here now. Before passengers board, a comprehensive search of every plane will take place. This seems to me to suggest that the airline system in the country is going to go at a snail's pace.
It certainly sounds like it will virtually ground to a halt even while it is up and running. Who will do those searches? Is a mechanic going to do them? A flight attendant? A pilot? Someone trained in security? I mean, that is a massive job to try to search a plane before it takes off.
And one of the problems, as you have reported so often on World News Tonight, that we have in terms of congested aviation in the country is the public will not tolerate these delays.
I think right now they probably will. I mean, I think there's certainly not any appetite in the country for any kind of a repeat of what has happened. And I think initially people will understand that this is what needs to happen, and they will be supportive. As we've seen in so many of these cases, as time goes on, sometimes these security measures become more lax. The public becomes less willing to tolerate them, and we'll have to see what happens down the road.
Okay, thanks very much, Lisa Stark. The sooner that we can harden up the notion that these are going to be, or some of these are going to be, the security guidelines which the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration, wants to put in place, then the sooner we will know that people will get on their way and it's going to be a while. And it's quite stunning. Ted Koppel saying to us just a moment ago there from London that it isn't today or tomorrow, it may not even be the weekend before he and the thousands and thousands of other travelers who want to get back to the United States will be able to do so. So again, as we've said many times before, yesterday's attacks on the United States have frozen much of taken for granted activity in place. Want to check in a couple airports. ABC's Brian Rooney is at Los Angeles International Airport at the moment. Brian, give us a sense of what's happening there.
Well, Peter, I think what you do not see happening here on the ground is confirmation of what Lisa Stark and Ted Koppel were saying. There are, I believe, 168 aircraft here on the ground at Los Angeles International, one of the business airports in the world in normal times. You don't see any evidence that this is an airport that is gearing up to get up and running again. A couple of airplanes have taxied in the last few hours. There is a lot of ground traffic. The service vehicles are going up and down the runways. But we've been told by airport authorities that they have not been given the go-ahead to get this airport running. And obviously, there's quite a bit of lead time that would be required. There are hundreds of aircraft all over the country that are parked in the wrong place, that have to be repositioned, possibly empty, before the normal schedule can get up and running. Peter.
Now, Brian, as a reporter, you're a frequent traveler. Listening to those FAA restrictions today, what effect do you think it would have on your and other business travelers' life?
Well, I think it would make it very slow. And Peter, I'm a guy who arrives 10, 15 minutes before the doors close. If then, it would make life very difficult. You go through a lot of security already. One point about the bomb sniffing is that you do run into, in recent years, there have been some of the larger airports have those sniffing machines that they make you put your laptop computer, they take a swipe and a sensor analyzes what chemicals are there. So there already is some bomb detection going on in the major airports. But some of the restrictions that you and Lisa have been talking about would be very stringent and would make travel very difficult. And we've done stories about how difficult it is already, not just from the security standpoint, but the amount of travel that there is and the crowding, and it would be very difficult.
Okay, thanks very much, Brian Rooney at Los Angeles International Airport. We'll come back to Brian at some point because I think we all need in many parts of the country to understand what other parts of the country are feeling about all this today. And we can focus on the airports, but we probably need to focus on the communities as well. It has been said for many, many years that even if you go to heaven, you have to change in Atlanta. And certainly Atlanta's Hartsfield Airport is one of the most important hubs in the country. And ABC's Steve Osunsami is there today. Steve, can we just get the same reaction from you as we got from Brian about what effect this will have on your airports and what's happening there now?
Well, this, of course, is the busiest airport in the world. There are hundreds of people who came here this morning expecting to leave sometime after noon, but that is not happening. The airport released a statement shortly after noon saying that there is no idea when this airport will be able to open. One of the problems is the FAA guidelines that you talked about, which are extraordinary, that the airport says will take them quite a while to implement.
Did a lot of people show up at the airport today, or were people sensible enough to stay away? I'm looking at security now. I'm looking at a couple of cops with a dog. Is that fairly common at the airport already?
Not at all. You don't normally see that happening here, but today that is the case. Like I said, there are quite a few people who are here at the airport, hundreds in fact, who thought they'd be able to leave. There are thousands more in hotels across town who are waiting and watching and hoping that the airport will open, but as the airport authority here says, it doesn't appear that's going to happen anytime today.
So, have you any idea who those people are hanging around behind you?
Well, we talked to one man this morning who was trying to make a connection coming from South Africa, and he had planned to go to the Northeast. There are people from all over the world here. You know, there's a lot of international flights that go in and out of this area, and people who use this as a connection to many parts in the Southeast.
And I know you haven't been at the airport the entire time, and one of the things I think we should do, and our assignment desk will surely pick this up, is to check the bus stations in a variety of locations like this, because my assumption that the only way to get anywhere at the moment is rent a car, which can be tremendous pressure on rental car agencies, or to get in a bus and go somewhere. So we'll check on that.
I can tell you, Peter, that the trains here are working and the buses are working, but one of the things that affects travelers is that buses and trains to the northeast are canceled. So there are other ways for people to travel. It's very limited for most folks.
You have some of the heaviest commuter traffic anywhere in the world as well as having an extraordinarily busy airport in the general Atlanta area. And Steve, as you've watched the local television, listened to the radio, read the newspapers, talked to your colleagues and your neighbors, how's Atlanta been taking this?
Well, most people realize what's going on. There is a major tragedy happening in the Northeast, in New York and D.C., so people are inconvenienced, but at the same time, there is a great deal of regret and dissatisfaction with what has happened.
Okay, I appreciate you giving us the time. Of course, that's what we pay him to do, in all fairness. Steve Osunsami in Atlanta and Brian Rooney at Los Angeles International Airport. I really think it's probably worth now we go and... bus stations have just got to be jammed everywhere at the moment. And again, some of you closer to the reality of life than we are in our newsrooms will appreciate that. Billy Rizzi, nice to see you.
How do you do?
Billy Rizzi is 52 years old. He's an electrician. And yesterday, September the 11th, was your first day on the job in building number 1 in the World Trade Center.
Correct.
Man, how were you doing yesterday?
We were installing a fire alarm system, just finishing up the job. And
where?
On the 36th floor.
Which building?
Building 1.
Right, building 1. And what happened?
Well, I was there about 2 hours, at about 10 minutes to 9. This was this large explosion. And the first reaction was get to the nearest stairwell. Right. And we started walking down, and everybody was more or less calm because I guess a lot of them been through it before, and I was impressed with everyone's demeanor.
Yeah, we've heard this several times. People were impressed with the measure of calm, because those of us looking at it from the outside just were not the slightest bit calm about any of this, but people were calm and organized. And
yes, I felt kind of safe because there was good lighting involved, and we just went nice and slow, and nobody really panicked.
Yeah. I haven't fully understood, how big are the stairwells going down in the Trade Center?
I guess every 2 stairwells will equal to 1 floor. I don't know the approximate measurement of them.
But are they wide? Were people going down in, like 2 abreast, 4 abreast?
More like 2. So we had to go down slow to be safe. And there were other people coming in from other floors, so it did get more crowded as we were going down.
And was everybody respectful of one another?
Yes, very much. There was anxiety, of course, but I was impressed with everyone's behavior.
Now, you were in the 36th floor when you were working, am I right? 36th floor?
Correct.
Did you have some sense of people coming? You realize why I'm asking these questions. We're trying to get to figure out all the time how many people got down and got out. Were a lot of people coming down from the upper floors?
I believe they were. People were very calm from the upper floors, and I feel a lot of people did get out very soon, only because most people feel that when something like this happens, go to the nearest stairwell, not to an elevator, for safety reasons.
You were clearly aware that the elevators were not working and nobody...
Absolutely, because it's one thing always said, never go into an elevator because they normally shut down, or it's very dangerous because of the shaft involved.
And I wonder if, having gone through this experience, not in your case, of course, given it was your first day, but having gone through this experience in 1993, when people heard the explosion, they knew instinctively what, to the old-timers in some respects, knew exactly what to do in a case like this, which was to move.
To move, get away from the area and go to a stairwell to get out.
When you heard, or did you feel the explosion or hear the explosion?
Oh, I felt it quite a bit. The building moved many feet. I really thought the building was going down at the time. And then it did stabilize, but there was a couple of seconds where I thought it was tumbling.
And then, how long did it take you to get down?
I'd say approximately 25 to 30 minutes.
A long walk down.
Yes.
And you got out into the plaza?
Got out of the plaza, and we were directed to get as far away from the building as possible. A lot of people did linger on, but the security was very good as far as directing people away from the area, because I guess they felt there was a time factor involved.
When you got into the plaza, did you understand or appreciate what had happened above you?
Oh, absolutely. We looked up and we saw the fire and all the all the damage.
Did you know it was a plane?
Yes, I felt it was a plane just because of the falling debris that I saw from the window. That was the first indication that I thought it was a plane.
And you managed to get far enough away but still saw the building collapse?
Yes, we were far away at the time, only because we were directed very strongly to get away as soon as possible. And I feel a lot of people did get away because of that.
First day on the job, you must feel like a very blessed individual.
Yes, I feel the guardian angels were with me.
I see you're wearing one. Is that a new T-shirt since yesterday?
In fact, I was wearing it at the time.
Oh, were you? That's interesting that you should have an angel on your T-shirt. And you've been in touch with everybody in your family? So
yes,
okay.
yes. That was my main concern, was calling everybody as soon as possible.
And what have you been doing since?
Just resting and relaxing. I was lucky enough to have my brother living close by, and I spent the night there.
Well, we're very grateful that you've taken the time to tell us a story, because every story helps us to put together a picture of what actually has happened.
Thank you.
Glad the angel was watching over you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Billy. That's Billy Rizzi, 52 years old. He's an electrician. Works for Quantum Electric. You live in where? In Queens?
In New Jersey.
He lives in New Jersey. I beg your pardon. He lives in New Jersey. Very glad to have you here. George Stephanopoulos is down in Lower Manhattan today. George, I don't know if you heard a little earlier me raise this question, which was actually raised by ABC's Jackie Judd as we look at these areas down below and the video of where the towers used to stand and where is all the rubble gone. And have you been able to, is there any way you can answer that question?
I'm sorry, Peter, I didn't get the question.
Okay, I apologize. Jackie Judd and several other people keep asking us, when you look at where the towers used to stand, there is surprisingly so little rubble. Where did all the rubble go?
It's a very good question, Peter, and I have asked some people who've been doing some of the rescue and recovery work this morning. If you look behind me, you can see the very remains, the skeletal remains of the World Trade Center. And one volunteer, Robert Gerlinski, explained to me the reason there's so little rubble is that all of it simply fell down into the ground and was pulverized, evaporated. Now, I should say, though, for the last several hours, there's been a steady stream of dump trucks and other very large vehicles carrying out debris, including burned out hulls of cars, the burned out hulls of police cars and others. And that's been going on for several hours now. One of the volunteers I talked to said they've been doing it since about 6 a.m. this morning. Secondly, Peter, there's been an increased military presence here this morning. There are many Humvees, those military jeeps, including one with a manned machine gun on top. We have National Guard divisions from the 69th, 258th, the 105th and 42nd divisions. Mostly they're doing crowd control and protection and recovery, but there are some armed guards as well. Peter, I apologize. I've lost all hearing here.
Well, I did momentarily. Can you hear me, George? If somebody could...
Try that again.
George, do you hear me?
Now I hear you, Peter.
Okay, you just keep talking. It's wonderful what you're reporting. It's very interesting. So you just keep talking as long as you want and tell us as much as you've learned, and we will try to support you with pictures of what is happening at the time.
Peter, I'll do the best I can. I think I heard your question, but I'm not really sure, sort of going in and out. Let me just try and describe what's happening here. This is one of the main thoroughfares coming out of the World Trade Center, one of the main thoroughfares for the police, recovery vehicles, the environmental vehicles, the dump trucks, and other vehicles that have been taking debris out of the World Trade Center for the last several hours. One of the most interesting notes I should add, Peter, is that from the volunteer workers I've spoke to said there has been very little recovery of bodies. I know we heard overnight about the very good rescue stories, 5 or 6 people found alive, but for the most part they haven't found any bodies at all because the recovery workers feel they're buried so deep into the rubble.
Okay, George, many thanks indeed. George Stephanopoulos. Are either one of them there at the moment? Okay. We're waiting to talk at some point. This is George Stephanopoulos answering the question, I hope, for many people who've asked it, about why there is so little rubble on the ground, and we'll reconnect with him as quickly as we can. And because, as we watched it so many times on television in the last 25 or 26 hours, when these two huge buildings, 110-story buildings tall, fell unto themselves, much of the material that makes up the structure of the building was simply pulverized as it fell upon itself. Now, it is also true, we're fairly certain we can say, that a good portion of it was driven, at least of the lower stages of the building, was driven into the ground. And I suggest this because we've talked to any number of people involved in the rescue operation who have found individuals or tried to locate individuals who are 40 feet below the surface. So there's a lot beneath the actual ground level that we are not always we are just simply not able to see from our perspective. Several other things to report at the moment about various airlines. At the moment, a spokeswoman for Continental Airlines says they have been notified that they should expect an announcement from the Department of Transportation that there will be no air travel resuming today. That's just one spokeswoman for Continental Airlines. But that'll give you some hint that all of these conversations we've been having with Lisa Stark at home and Ted Koppel overseas about the paralysis in air travel generally at the moment is going to stay that way for the immediate future. Midway Airlines, citing the impact of yesterday's attacks on its already precarious financial situation, has said it was going to suspend all flight operations. And that means that more than 1,700 employees are put immediately out of work. And we're going to see this in other businesses today and tomorrow and in the immediate future, that businesses which depend upon transportation and may have been hovering on the edge, as Midway Airlines was, which flies in and out of the Midwest, is simply suspending its operations. It was already in financial trouble and is going to suspend operations. Now, I think somewhere somebody just has to answer this question for me. Senator Richard Selby of Alabama or Senator Fred Thompson? Okay, they're coming. Okay, so we're going to hear from Senator Shelby and Senator Thompson, respectively, both members of the Select Committee on Intelligence before long. Whether we'll be able to talk to them is another matter. But this is also important for us in terms of the investigation. Our investigative unit has now been able to discover, and we are able to report, that most, if not all, of the hijackers were Egyptian or nationals of Saudi Arabia, either Egyptians or Saudi Arabia. The bin Laden organization, as we've said many times, we were talking a short while ago, and there seems this connection to the bin Laden organization seems to be now a given among investigators, but certainly there are any number of people, as we said before, from any number of countries who have been attracted to the loose collection or collation of individuals and smaller organizations who are involved in some measure of terrorism. Come from many nations, but some of the sensitive positions have been in the past occupied by Egyptians or Saudis, and two of the men have been actually identified. I don't think their names will mean an enormous amount at the moment, but one of them is a Saudi national, and he was on American Airlines Flight 11, which was the Boston to Los Angeles flight which crashed into the World Trade Center, and we're actually told, which sounds quite stunning, that his passport may have been recovered in the rubble. And the other is an Egyptian national, and he is described as being a trained pilot. I don't know how anybody knows this at the moment yet, but we'll get to that in a minute. I've given you the bare bones of this, and it's unclear precisely which flight he was on. But we do now believe that are fairly certain now that the Attorney General, John Ashcroft, is going to give, I should say we're fairly certain, we believe that the Attorney General and the Director of the FBI will talk to the country this afternoon. Now, whether they will announce arrests or whether they will give us some details in the investigation, we do not know. But it would not be a great surprise. In fact, we should expect the Director of the FBI and the Attorney General to talk to the nation under these circumstances at some point today. And we do not know if arrests have been made. We do not know if people have been detained. We do not know if people have been charged. We do not know if people have been spoken to as possible witnesses or suspects in this case. But as the morning has gone on, and we're now into the early afternoon in the East already, the information about individuals involved in this investigation appears, the emphasis appears to be getting a little harder. I did mention earlier, as did Ted Koppel, that the connection between this attack on the United States and the connection between the United States and Israel is a constant one. I wondered what was happening in the Middle East today. Israeli troops backed by tanks and helicopters raided a West Bank town. This is in the Palestinian territories, and 2 nearby villages early Wednesday. The Israelis said, as they always do, they're intensifying their hunt for Palestinian terrorists. 7 Palestinians were killed by Israeli fire, including an 11-year-old girl, and 3 people described as Islamic militants. It's very difficult every day as we see the reporting coming in from the conflict between the Israelis and the Palestinians to sometimes get beyond the he said reporting of it, because the Palestinians and the Israelis just have diametrically opposite views of what's going on. The Israelis believe they're on the hunt for Palestinians who wish to destroy, if they can, or undermine the state of Israel. And the Palestinians, of course, feel that they are constantly being undermined and oppressed by the Israelis, and this occupation is a resistance to Israelis. I don't mean to make light of it, nor to talk about it only too briefly, not the particular focus today, but it's been another day, like many others, in this current uprising in the Middle East. Did you want to make a point? Okay. This is Nancy Gabriner, my associate I'm talking about, with whom we could never get through any day like this. She's our principal producer here at the newsroom. Let me, so therefore, just catch you up to where we are today. The mayor, Mr. Giuliani, has been out naturally and around in the lower parts of Manhattan today, and the investigation continues on a variety of levels. The president has had a cabinet meeting today, and he has been very outspoken today, the president, about being involved in a war with terrorism. And now we have coming up from Florida, Jeffrey Kaufman, ABC's Jeffrey Kaufman, who's on Florida, and I think can give us better details on the investigation in Florida. Jeffrey? Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Peter. Some significant developments here in South Florida. The FBI have been on the trail of at least one of the alleged hijackers, a man named Muhammad Atta. They have traced him to an address in Coral Springs, that's just north of Fort Lauderdale, and they searched that home yesterday, about 3 hours last night. They have also, if we go to the other coast, that's the home in Coral Springs that they searched last night. That is the home listed on his driver's license. Our investigative unit, Peter, has confirmed that Muhammad Atta is an Egyptian national, that he is a trained pilot. If we go to the other coast, to Venice, Florida, on the Gulf Coast just south of Sarasota, Muhammad Atta surfaced there about 15 months ago with a friend. He trained at the Venice Municipal Airport. I spoke to the owner of Huffman Aviation, who remembered Muhammad Atta and his friend. Atta stayed with a man named Charles Voss, an accountant associated with the airport, who put them up simply as a favor. As he told a local reporter, he did it simply because if we didn't put them up, we might lose the business to another school. Atta and his friends stayed with Voss and his wife for about a week, but Voss says that they were so rude that they kicked them out and asked them to leave. That was about 15 months ago, and we don't know whether the other person with him is connected to this. Peter?
All right, you got it back in there, have you, Jeffrey?
Yeah, let me put it in. I'm sorry, we were having some feedback in there. Go ahead, please.
Okay, can you hear me clearly without the feedback?
Yes.
And I just missed this because I was also distracted. They've gone to this home in Venice, Florida, the FBI agents, which belonged, or at least where Muhammad Atta was staying.
That's correct, Peter. Atta apparently trained at the local aviation field there at the Venice Municipal Airport about 15 months ago. But more recently, he is traced to a home on the other side, in Coral Springs, Florida, which is just north of Fort Lauderdale. That's the number listed on his, the address listed on his driver's license. As well, Peter, police have issued 2 license plates, 2 cars that they're looking for. One of those cars is traced to Muhammad Atta. It's a 1989 Pontiac Grand Prix, and that they're looking for that, and they're looking for another car. They haven't told us why they're looking for the other car.
Right, but do they know where Muhammad Atta is?
We believe, Peter, we don't know, but we believe he was on board that plane. His name was apparently on the manifest of one of those four planes.
Now, that's what I wanted to get clear. We believe that he is, according to the investigative unit, one of the people on board the aircraft. Now, we've heard various descriptions about the FBI office in Miami just brewing with activity. Have you been able to characterize it beyond that in any way?
Well, I can tell you that out front of the FBI office there are men toting machine guns. I mean, it looks very menacing over there. Nobody gets in. Apparently a UPS truck driver came up carrying packages, and they said, "Go away. We don't want that stuff here today. This is it's bad timing." Nobody's getting near there without complete searches. They're looking under the cars. I'm sure this is happening in other places across the country, but they're sniffing for bombs. It is very tight security. But I should add that the FBI here, and I think this is true elsewhere in the country, are very tight-lipped. They're simply not saying anything about where their investigation is going.
All right, but just so I understand absolutely clearly, the man that you've been focusing on, Mohammed Atta, they believe was on an aircraft. And are you aware of the FBI thinking of making any arrests of suspects or people related in any way to these operations in the foreseeable future in Miami?
No, there's absolutely no indication of anything like that, Peter.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey Kaufman. Appreciate it in Florida. It's nothing tougher in the world than to talk when you got something screaming in your ear. That's why people take it out, and why you sometimes see people on television doing that. So that is one more piece of information which we believe we put together into the investigation panels. And we'll ask ABC's John Miller to come back in just a moment. But I want to check with what is going on in Washington at the moment. So is Claire Shipman on station? Okay, Terry Moran, I beg your pardon. I didn't realize Terry was there at the moment. Terry, give us some sense of how the White House business has gone in the last several hours.
Well, Peter, what is happening here is the White House is being transformed into a very active information clearinghouse and coordinating arm, an air traffic control center, if you will, now that all the planes are grounded, for all of the activities that the federal government is undertaking, and all of the information that it's gathering. There have been several interagency task forces set up within the White House in order to keep the president fully informed of what all the various departments and agencies are doing, keep those efforts coordinated, and make sure that they aren't stepping on each other. The congressional leadership has just concluded a long meeting with the president. We were told that they were given what Senator Harry Reid described as a very informative briefing from all of the cabinet officers. They then came out, as you might have seen, and talked about how they are in complete agreement with what the president is doing, and how they stand shoulder to shoulder as a Congress, not Republicans or Democrats. Both Speaker of the House Denny Hastert and Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle using those terms shoulder to shoulder with each other to pursue this matter.
And Terry, do you have any idea whether the president wants...
It wasn't an earthquake. It was something that apparently involved only the towers. And at that point, we decided we just needed to get out.
I don't think I've ever asked anybody from the Trade Tower this before, but I've made several visits to the Trade Towers over the years and have been there on those occasions when it swayed as it does in the winds. I don't know how people work there. The psychological impact of working in a building that was so tall and moved so much. Did you ever get used to it?
I don't know if you get used to it. You forget about it. You know, you go there to go to work, and you probably think about it more often as the elevators climb and the elevators drop every day. But once you get in there, it's just another office building, or it was.
And you had no difficulty getting out of the building?
Well, I would say, I guess, relatively speaking, it was fairly easy. It was very slow. It was very crowded. It was kind of like leaving a sporting event, wall-to-wall people. It was very smoky, and there were fumes. At the time, we didn't understand. I kept thinking kerosene, but in retrospect, it was probably jet fuel. And everyone covered their mouths with a piece of clothing to kind of try to filter the dust or smoke or fumes. And by the time we got to about the 5th or 6th floor, apparently the sprinkler systems had come on, and about the last 5 floors, we were wading through 6 or 8 inches of water going down. So it was a bit treacherous. But
and did you have, and you really had no full appreciation of what was going on above you?
We had no idea. We had no idea.
Were there people who appeared to be in charge? Did you all I mean, have you prepared for this sort of thing?
Well, we had the typical high-rise tower fire drills where we would be notified that at 2:30 there would be a drill and everyone was to move to the nearest staircase entrance and wait there for instructions. And we had conducted those drills quite frequently over the past couple years. We saw two firemen, or I assume firemen, they were in plain clothes, but they had badges of some sort coming up the staircase as we were going down. And I remember saying to them there had been a gentleman in a wheelchair on the 27th floor, and we had said someone needs to help him down. And they said, fine, we'll take care of it, and they kept moving up. And those were the only officials that we ever encountered until we got down to the bottom.
And how have you spent the hours since? Just trying to be in touch with folks?
Yeah, family first. It was impossible to get phone calls out for many hours. And so that was...
Now, was it on a regular phone or a cell phone?
Everything we could get our hands on. Yeah, I'm not even sure actually which I finally used to get through.
But it is one of the things that added a measure to people's anxiety and frustration yesterday, that the cell phone networks and the regular phone lines were just totally jammed.
Yeah, it was just impossible. It was probably 4 hours before I was able to get a call out. And then the rest of that, just trying to track down everyone and make sure that they were safe.
And as you look at what you see on the television today,
it's
very hard to deal with, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty surreal. It's pretty surreal.
Well, I'm very grateful to you for giving us the time. As I've said on every occasion, we've had some people come up from the trade towers, that you share your story with us, and the rest you help us. I think I'll appreciate more. Thanks, Susan, very much.
Thank you very much.
Susan Doyle. I just ask how old you are? I know it's not a polite thing to do.
44.
Well, you don't look it. Susan Doyle, 44.
Thank you.
Works for the Kemper Insurance Company. She was on the 35th floor and tells a story which we have now heard, just bits and pieces all the time, and getting some sense of people moving out of the building, how they interconnected with one another, how difficult it was to contact their families and friends. And of course, this jamming up of the cell phone system and the regular phone system is what's made it very difficult for the relief and rescue operation to run as smoothly as everybody would like it to smooth. And there's one other reminder there. I realize this is I happen to be a fire warden at ABC for my floor. And every so often, as my colleagues know, we have a fire drill on the floor, and it's the fire warden's job to get everybody to that central location. Susan is nodding in appreciation of this, so they can be told one more time by the visitor from the fire department that we do certain things in the case of fire alarms. And it's always a reminder of how little authority I sometimes have with the World News Tonight staff, because they're hard to get moving. But on an occasion like this, listening to this story from Susan, who says that they conducted fire drills, high drills on a regular basis, is a very good reminder. Take your fire drills seriously, and don't ever make light of it again. And listen in this instance to a fireman describing what it's like to rescue people.
The initial search started probably about 11 o'clock last night, when we started searching the pile after another building had collapsed. Chief kept us all out of there until it was safe to go on. We started initial search. We found 2 Port Authority workers were trapped. We got one out alive about 1 o'clock this morning, and then we got another one out about 5:30 this morning.
Could you describe the conditions for me that you're facing inside there, John?
Right now, it's not too good. You got a lot of heavy debris. We're really just on top of the pile. We can't even, there's just a lot of crevices and holes, things you can look down into. You really can't see. The visibility is real poor. A lot of smoke, a lot of heat coming off of the debris.
John, a question that's very difficult to ask, but we know that there are so many firefighters who may be inside who are helping in the rescue effort, and all of you may have lost so many of your own. How are you all dealing with that, knowing that you are also putting yourselves in danger now?
We're just doing our job out here, but the brothers that are trapped in there, we're hearing names. We haven't really heard positive names yet, but it's not a good feeling right now.
Could you hear any voices? Were those officers able to say anything to you, and how were you able to contact them and know where they were?
Supposedly the two guys last night were up on top of the rubble. They got trapped. One guy fell down about 40 feet. Another guy was down about 30 feet, and they pulled them two out. Like I said, one this morning, and then they got one out about 5:30. Supposedly there was other bodies that had come out. I'm not sure of the number. I'm not sure, you know, who and what, but I do know right now they pulled us back off the pile again, so the cranes could come in and start lifting all the heavy metal and get some heavy stuff out of the way, so we could start digging deeper.
Firefighter number 9468 on the job for many hours today. And as you have heard us say before, the fire department in New York has suffered grievously, has lost 200 perhaps of its own men. Now we're looking at a live scene from Copley Square, and that's the Westin Hotel in beautiful Copley Square in Massachusetts, and a fairly large number of police officers, dozens of them, pulled up outside the Westin Hotel not long ago. We know, of course, that FBI teams are searching for suspects in New York and Washington and Boston and a variety of other places. But a couple of dozen officers just showed up here a while ago wearing bulletproof vests and carrying shields, and were seen bringing fiber optic equipment. I'm not quoting the Associated Press in this case, bringing fiber optic equipment into the Westin Hotel. And we don't fully know what that means. There's been at least one report in Boston that they were using it to check under hotel room doors on one floor in the hotel.
Here you see a Boston PD SWAT team coming out of their vehicle and heading into the hotel. This was recorded earlier. Carrying automatic weapons with the heavy vests and the shields and the ballistic helmets.
What do you mean by ballistic helmet?
It's a bulletproof helmet, or as close as you can get to that, and it's standard gear for a SWAT entry team. In fact, what you saw there was a fairly heavy special weapons entry team. You note that there's not a lot of footage of them suiting up when they arrive. It means they showed up, suited
ready
up,
to go,
vested already with the helmets on, which meant they suited up on the way. Meant they had some kind of information that they were going to be hitting a door or a location there. Now, this could be very significant in that they could be going after somebody. We're obviously speculating here. Or it could be anything from an anonymous tip that a suspect is there to the much more mundane, and I would suggest more likely, which is the FBI and the local police in the Boston area have been ticking through leads all day. They have the name of one suspect, which we've now confirmed, but not anybody they expect to find alive. The man that they believe was sitting in row 10 of that plane, right. the man the stewardess named on her phone call, Satan Sugami. But they've been going back through the records, looking to see where did these 5 men who rented the car, were they registered in local hotels, did they stay somewhere? And I think you'll see a lot of activity like this there if this is a lead that they're following from that case. You also notice that there's an ambulance on the scene standing by.
And now that we're talking about the FBI and SWAT teams and what you and I were noting just a short while ago, that in fact I think we noted it at first yesterday, that one of the people who's missing in the trade towers is a former FBI official who was hired by the World Trade Towers very recently in order to beef up their anti-terrorist activities, or their security, I suppose, in more general terms. Talk about John O'Neill for a sec.
John P. O'Neill, special agent in charge of the National Security Division in the New York office. He was a former FBI liaison to the National Security Council at the White House. He ran the counterterrorism operations out of New York, including the embassy bombing cases, the bombing of the USS Cole. He was the man in charge on the ground in Yemen. He was part of the FBI team that had to leave in a hurry when they received intelligence information that the FBI team was going to be under attack at the U.S. Embassy by terrorists.
In Yemen itself.
In Yemen, which makes it so much more of a dark coincidence that he should get a civilian job in a much safer environment a tall office tower where he would be a security director looking to harden the target, and now be among those who is unaccounted for. We've spoken, I've actually called his phone a number of times. We've spoken to people who are very close to him. I've spoken to the FBI director in New York, the assistant director in charge.
You're basically saying he's been out of touch for how long?
For 24 hours, a little more. He called people from the scene yesterday morning, and then after the collapse, no one was able to reach him. So while no one knows his fate, you know, the possibilities aren't pretty.
Thank you, John. John P. O'Neill played an enormous role in the fight against terrorism, and it takes us right back to the crime scene in downtown New York, and George Stephanopoulos, who is with one of those working so hard to find folks.
That's right, Peter. I'm here with Jerry Schwartz, who came here from Whitpain Township, Pennsylvania. That's in Montgomery County outside of Philadelphia. He and 4 of his colleagues drove here last night, got here about midnight, and have been working ever since. What exactly have you been doing, Jerry?
Working through the rubble, assisting rescuers up at the first tower, and just removing rubble, concrete, steel, anything in the way, trying to look for people that are alive, any bodies.
Why don't you try and describe the scene there at Ground Zero where the World Trade Center was?
It's devastating there. It's just twisted metal. It just looked like there was a giant explosion. There's just concrete laying everywhere, twisted metal. Nothing's normal there. Everything is just blown apart.
And there have been some rescues, but you haven't found many bodies, have you?
That's correct.
Do you have any idea why?
No, not right now. There's so much rubble, and some of the steel is so heavy, there's just no way a human being can pick it up. You have to get heavy equipment in there. It just takes time.
And you're actually picking it up by hand?
Yes. Yes. Well, there's numerous people up there, firefighters, police officers, not just from New York, but from all over the area, outside of state. And they're up there. Everybody's grabbing, you know, heavy steel. You're talking like 10, 20 guys at a shot, picking it up and throwing it, and just keep on going and keep digging and digging and digging. And that's what they're doing.
And about how much longer do you think you'll stay here working on the site?
We'll probably stay here until we drop tonight. That's what we'll do. We've been here since 12. We haven't stopped yet. We just took a little break, and then we're going to go back up again.
Well, thank you for your work.
You're welcome.
Peter?
Thanks very much, George. I just want to take a quick look at Boston again now, because that's an unresolved situation. We just punch up the nothing at the Westin Hotel at Topley Square, but we're outside that hotel at the moment, and we'll keep on top of exactly what is happening there. We know that SWAT team has gone inside. We have no serious appreciation of what has happened inside, but as John Miller was just pointing out, these guys have gone in, have been ready before they arrived on the scene, and have gone in either on a legitimate tip or on something else, or maybe even the suspicion of something else. What I find interesting is so many people so close to the hotel. I don't know what that suggests, a relaxed atmosphere or not. We have on the telephone at the moment Jacqueline Galligan. Ms. Galligan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Where, may I ask, are you calling from?
I'm calling from Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, where we live.
From Brooklyn, New York?
Yes, Brooklyn.
And I gather they're still looking for your husband.
I'm still looking for him. He worked on the 104th floor at Cantor Fitzgerald's, and I've recently heard from people on the floor that they know of 3 survivors from his floor in Jersey hospitals, but I don't know which hospital.
And have you tried to get in touch with the hospitals?
I have a wonderful neighborhood, and they're all calling the hospitals, and nobody seems to have my husband's name or anyone else's name.
And have you been able to see on television some of the hotline numbers which appear that you can call for information?
I have called the cancer hotline, and my husband's name is still not listed on that line, on that hotline, and I've been calling everything possibly, but there are a lot of busy signals, and it's very hard to get through, and I just really want to know if anyone has any information on cancer people, because they were up on the hundreds in the first building that was hit by the plane, and I just want to know that a lot of people from those upper floors made it and which hospitals they're in.
Well, Ms. Galligan, I am in the dreadful position of not being able to help you very much, and I know you know that, and I wonder if it's I mean, I hope it's of benefit to you and other people of deep concern, deeply concerned at the moment, to at least have your names on television so that somebody may be aware, based on what you said, that your husband is missing. Have you got a pencil handy?
Yes, a pencil.
I have, we have some numbers. I'm going to ask our control room to look. I have only one number in my notes at the moment, and I know there are other numbers, and we'll get them up for you and other people. But 1-800-331 0075 is a number that I have in my, well, actually, are you anywhere near a television screen at the moment?
I didn't know if I could put it on. I could put it on?
Well, you can certainly put it on.
Okay.
Maybe you want to keep the sound down for a second, but you raise a very good point. You raise a very good point. Here is some help information on the television screen at the moment. The first number for victims of crime, this may not be directly pertinent to your husband, but there are two telephone numbers. There's one telephone number, because unless you're giving a tip to the FBI, you don't want to be using the second one. But I think perhaps by getting your husband's name I know is Donald.
Donald Gavigan. G-A-V-A-G-A-N. And the two of the people that supposedly are in Jersey hospitals, Mark and Stephen Kaleo, you know, they were really close, all three of them. So I'm hoping my husband didn't have a wallet on him, and he is with Mark and Stephen, because knowing those three, they wouldn't separate. You know, so I'm hoping they found Mark and Stephen Kaleo, and they'll find Donald Gavigan.
Now, do you believe that they have found Mark and Stephen safe?
Stephen is listed as critical. Mark is listed as injured.
Well, Mrs. Gavigan, I'm glad you called in, because you certainly remind, and I'm glad you called in.
Can I give my number out if anyone knows of other cancer survivors?
Well, we'll get someone in the control room to take your number, Mrs. Gavigan, because I think if you put it up on television, you may be bothered by any number of people you may not want to talk to.
Okay.
But when you and I are finished, but you keep referring to cancer.
Cancer.
Would you spell that for me?
C-A-N-C-O-R.
Cancer. Is that the name of a company?
Yeah, Cantor Fitzgerald.
Okay, Cancer Fitzgerald is the name of the company for which your husband worked. And if you give your Cantor, K-A-N-T-O-R.
No, C-A-N-T-O-R.
C-A-N-T-O-R, Cantor Fitzgerald.
Yes.
On the 104th floor of the World Trade Center, and you know of at least two of your husband's colleagues who have been located.
Actually, three.
Three, okay.
Yes.
Well, I really do hope that it has helped that you've made contact with us, and I know, gosh, I know how frustrated you must be at not being able to get through.
I'm 7.5 months pregnant, and I have a set of twins at home, so I really need him home.
I understand that.
Thank you.
I understand that completely, Mrs. Gavigan. I think everybody in the country understands that. And thanks very much.
Thank you.
Jacqueline Gavigan, 3-year-old twins at home, and telling us that she is 7 months pregnant and is like so many people in a desperate search for a relative or a colleague. And it's just so hard. The system is just simply stressed in so many ways. Any other suggestions, John, at this point? That's the only line I know, but...
Actually, while you were working that, I was working something else. I don't have the same pad as yesterday where we wrote those numbers.
Yeah.
In conferring with Boston police sources, they confirm that they are at the Westin Hotel to assist the FBI. The FBI's major job in Boston today, of course, is this case. The SWAT team is there to back them up if they want to search one or more rooms. The fiber optic equipment, as you described, is used to either go under doors or through walls to take a look in a room before you go in it for the safety of the officers. So it looks like they're prepared to take a look in one or more of the rooms of that hotel to see if either people they're interested stayed there or may still be staying there.
Very interesting. One of the best hotels in Boston. Westin Hotel on Copland Square.
Right in the middle of town, just off Boylston Street.
Right in the middle, close to the Back Bay, and a very posh hotel. ABC's Bill Blakemore is downtown. Bill?
Peter, up on the roof here, I have a very strong impression of 3 parallels with the major earthquakes we've covered. First,
Bill, hold it. Well, I apologize. What roof are you on, and where are you?
I'm on the roof of 40 Harrison. It's just above the staging area of the search and rescue operation. On the west side, that's the rubble just down to the south of us here. And as I was saying, very strong impression when I arrived. I'd left just before dawn, but in the sight of day now, 3 parallels to the major earthquakes we've covered. The acrid smell and smoke and dust in the air that we usually see in earthquake rescue operations. The sight of all of this twisted metal, which, as we know from so much experience, is the kind of rubble that in earthquakes we've seen them pulling people alive a week or 2 weeks after the event. And thirdly, the eerie feeling of an enormous city normally bustling all around us here, virtually a ghost town. What's not like an earthquake is the sound of these military jets circling overhead. That feels more like a war.
Thanks, Bill. And let me just, before you, ask you a couple more questions about the possibilities of rescue, because Bill knows an awful lot about it, says he's covered any number of earthquakes. We've covered a couple together. Is the F-15s and F-16s literally flying through New York airspace? They're the only thing that are flying through New York airspace, or any other airspace in the country at the moment, for that matter. This is what it looks like a couple of minutes ago. Either it may be Air Force, it may be Marines, it may be Navy at the moment, which are flying in this no-fly zone for everybody else in not dissimilar fashion from the way they fly in the no-fly zones in northern and southern Iraq at the moment. This is a precautionary measure which the Department of Defense instituted almost immediately yesterday after the first and then second attack on the trade towers. Nobody had any idea what was going to happen next, and so this was put into place very quickly, and they continue to monitor this airspace lest there ever be another attempted incursion. Now, Bill, let's come back to the question of rescue, because you've had an awful lot of experience. And we both know that it is true that you can go, I think we once went 2 or 3 weeks in Mexico City or somewhere, and they still found people under the rubble. But what is the process now? What have they got to do in order to make the rescue an effective operation?
The tricky thing to do is to take a collapsed building apart carefully enough so that if there are any people alive inside, perhaps in a coma, which can help them live longer, they won't get further hurt by shifting rubble. That's why they can't go in just with a bulldozer and bulldoze it out of the way if they have any suspicion at all that there might be people alive in there, such as the firemen who are in the midst of trying to rescue people, or the thousands of civilians. So they put in sniffer dog teams that are specially trained to tell their handlers whether they indicate that they detect dead bodies or living people. They have listening devices if they can get quiet enough around them. But it's very complicated. This is a very difficult art, to take apart a building that's collapsed like this in a way that wouldn't hurt people inside.
Yeah, well, we hear a lot of noise, and I think I said once before that noise is a real issue for rescues, because you've got to make the noise to get the heavy pieces out. But if you're making too much noise, you cannot hear the sounds of survivors.
Exactly, and that takes enormous coordination. When we've covered earthquakes in small villages, say in the mountains of southern Italy, it was relatively easy for the local police to suddenly ask absolutely everybody to be quiet. We saw the same thing in Mexico City, where suddenly a bullhorn would go out because somebody had gotten to the overall coordinator and said, in this area, everybody be quiet for the next 60 seconds, and then they'd listen to the phones trying to hear if there was cries for help from below. This is much more complicated. You'd have to get the jets overhead to go away for a bit. There's a couple of police helicopters that you'd have to move. And there are so many people from so many agencies and organizations down below moving around that it's hard to tell if they'd be able to really get too quiet to use the phone. So I suspect they're relying on sniffer dogs and engineers telling them what the substructures of buildings is.
And Bill has just helped a lot, of course, by reminding us that what we're looking at in the immediate foreground for him is the staging area. And as the camera is able to get closer, you are seeing the fringes of where the trade towers collapsed onto themselves. And there is a perimeter of heavy equipment. And you now get some larger sense that of the heavy debris of the twin towers. There's been something misinterpretation if you look at that picture. We go back to that picture for a second, because in the foreground there, this is not the area. It is deep in between those buildings. This is as close as cameras are allowed to get in a fixed position, and it is around the corners behind those buildings where the worst debris is evident. Standing in front of all day yesterday, which perhaps we can look at again, the sense certainly was that the aircraft itself, which was a 757, a big Boeing aircraft that penetrated all the way through to the inner courtyard of the Pentagon. Does that turn out to be the case?
No, it did not penetrate all the way into the inner courtyard. It penetrated through 3 of the rings of the Pentagon, and there's, in many places in the Pentagon, Peter, there is space, actual air that goes all the way up to the sky space between the rings, and in other areas there are the pathways that you can walk to get from ring to ring. The aircraft did penetrate 3 of the rings. It devastated office space on at least 4 or 5 floors, especially in the initial entry point. As you can see from the various pictures that you just had up, Peter, they're going to have to drop some of the slanted floor material in order to begin to try to recover the remains of some people. It is way too unstable to put people into that area. It would be risking lives to try to find people that are probably not survivors.
And at this particular point in the building, because it's a little hard for us to tell, am I right, it's on the southern end of the building?
It is on the southern face of the building. That's true, Peter. Our offices are on the northwestern face.
So how close are you on that? How close is the part that's been attacked to a public highway along which people will now drive on a regular basis and be reminded of what's happened?
It's within 200 or 300 feet of a public highway, which is closed today because it is where a lot of emergency equipment is parked. But there's a road called 110 which goes right by where the gash is. And in fact, as we have described many times, the aircraft came in and clipped off light poles along the way as it crossed that last chunk of highway and slammed into the Pentagon on its death crash.
John, have you seen any remnants of the airplane itself?
I have not, Peter. They are not allowing us close enough inside the Pentagon, but I am told that there are chunks of the aircraft, not large chunks, small chunks of the aircraft scattered throughout the debris area inside the Pentagon.
Okay, John, thanks very much. John McWethy at the Pentagon. I want to talk to a couple of people now. We'll get in just a minute to the former CI Director, Admiral James Woolsey, who we had on the air yesterday, who was very helpful in understanding on this. Steve Osunsami reports from Atlanta that Hartsfield Airport has now announced that that airport will stay closed throughout today. Another reminder of the delay in both national and international air travel. Terry Moran of the White House was talking about the White House being open to tourists again and the tourists being given American flags as they went through. That's sort of the good piece of news today. It's interesting that flag sales all across the country have actually soared in a fairly obvious show of patriotism. Kmart, biggest retailer in the country, of course, said it sold 88,000 American flags yesterday and a lot of red, white, and blue ribbons. And that's another reminder for us, no matter where we are, that throughout the country people are feeling very strongly about the country, reflected in the determination in the political establishment at every level that the country is not going to, not only going to not take this lying down, so to speak, but that the country wishes to express itself as being strong and resilient. And one of the people who I suspect will at least begin our conversation by reflecting that in full measure is Senator Richard Shelby, Republican from Alabama, who's with us from Capitol Hill. He's the ranking Republican on the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. Senator Shelby, just first of all, give us the mood in the place today.
Well, the mood is very sober here in the Capitol today, and it should be. We're very much aware of the loss of life and how vulnerable we were to attacks in New York and at the Pentagon. A lot of us have known this could go on. We were hoping that we would be fortunate enough for it not to happen on our soil. But it has happened.
Did you hear John McWethy just a moment ago say that the casualty figures at the Pentagon are going to be lower than they certainly originally thought they were going to be?
I heard that.
Yes.
But still, Peter, as we all know, it's a lot of people.
And we have heard a sort of very unified expression of support from the House and the Senate today, sir, in terms of support for the people of New York and support for the president. How long do you think it will be before those of you, not only on the Committee on Intelligence, but on other committees as well, get deep into the issue of what must now be done and what now can be done?
Peter, that's a good question, and we're already getting into it in a deep way. A lot of us on the Intelligence Committee have been involved in it for years. We have been saying all along that we have to beef up the expenditures for NSA because it was going deaf. We've got to do more for human intelligence training and recruitment for the CIA and others, because there were other people here in Washington and around the country saying we don't need our intelligence agencies, but we all know we need them, and we need them to function in the highest regard. And I think they can do better, and I believe they will do better, but we're going to have to dedicate ourselves for more money, more training, and more resolve here.
Well, we can debate all those things, and will in the days and weeks ahead. But I just want to ask one thing about it. Several times in the last day, including from the former director of the CIA, James Woolsey, we've heard this question of human intelligence, or the human intelligence component of counterterrorism, having been downgraded by some politicians. Would you explain that to us?
Well, what he's really talking about is the element of the human being involved in intelligence gathering. There was a lot of people that used to say all over America and the world that the human intelligence has been replaced by electronic intelligence, by intercepts and so forth. But there cannot be a replacement for it. I think they have to be complementary.
But why did it get downgraded? What was the notion of saying that human intelligence wasn't important?
Well, I don't know the answer to it straight up, except there was a movement said we don't need it because we've got technology. Technology will not replace human intelligence. We know that, and we certainly know it today.
Now, as a member of the Select Committee on Intelligence, what do you know about the investigation today? We've obviously been reporting some developments. What have you been told about?
Well, I can't tell you everything I've been told, Peter, but I can tell you that there is a rigorous investigation going on. People are going back in all our agencies. They're going back to see if they missed something, which is just common sense. Did we have some inkling that we missed? Perhaps we didn't, because there was no specific warning, but a lot of times there are other warnings, other signals that we perhaps don't gather in. We will have to see this. There's a sort of a post-mortem going on here as we do the investigation.
Now, are you aware that that the intelligence agencies have put together a list of suspects on board the aircraft themselves, and have, in some cases, been able to identify them?
Well, they're doing a good job. They're doing a thorough job. They must do that, and I figure that it won't be long that all this will crystallize, Peter. You're on the right track.
Thank you very much, Senator. I realize I don't want to... Hold it, don't go away, because I have one more question for you.
I'm not going.
I just want to know whether or not... We've talked a lot about terrorist cells, and that Osama bin Laden, who's getting the finger from all sorts of people today, is a man, but also connected to a loose organization. Do you believe there are such cells in the United States?
Absolutely. This country is so open, and that's one of our strengths, that we have so many people all over this country, without going into detail, that could form some of these cells. The FBI is very involved in all this, but there are nearly 300 million people in this country, and we have an open society. It's not like some countries that you run it as a police state, but we have to be more vigorous and rigorous in what we do here.
Do you regard this as a huge failure of intelligence?
I think it's a failure. We've had other failures, but the bottom line, Peter, we've had a lot of successes, and we should give credit to our intelligence agencies, all of them, for the successes. A lot of them that are never been made public will never be made public. But we've had a lot of failures. If this had been a success, this wouldn't have happened. We could have thwarted it. But we can do better, and I believe there's going to have to be a commitment by this administration and by this Congress and the future Congresses that we're going to beef up our intelligence gathering in all aspects. We can do it. We must do it.
Thank you very much, Senator Shelby from Alabama, Republican, ranking member on the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, for joining us today. And now, by way of a reality check, we welcome back to our coverage the former CIA Director James Woolsey, who is in Washington today. Mr. Woolsey, I just elevated you to Admiral, which was inadvertent, and I apologize.
It's all right. Never got to give a captain in the Army.
Give us a reality check on what Senator Shelby said. People in Washington always want more money. We're spending, what, more than $10 billion a year on on counterintelligence in some fashion or the other. Is money really the answer?
I don't think we're spending it on counterintelligence, on counterterrorism, but that adds together the fences that people build in all sorts of government agencies around their buildings and so forth. I think what really happened is that we were not spending really enough on intelligence as a whole, and particularly human intelligence, back in the, I think, early 1980s and in the, even into the mid-1990s. And then they plussed up, added some money to human intelligence, and particularly oriented toward dealing with terrorists in the late 90s in order to get ready for the Y2K problems. And in fact, the CIA and the rest of the intelligence community and law enforcement community performed quite well then, and they stopped a number of potential terrorist actions right around Y2K. And then a lot of people who funded them, whether it was in the Office of Management and Budget or the Congress, said, well, now that that's done, we'll go back down to earlier levels. And I think they lost some of the funding that they had back a couple of years ago, and that was unfortunate. They need continued and sustained high level of funding to deal with this very, very tough problem of terrorism. It's very difficult to recruit spies inside terrorist organizations.
Now, I gather that either through the press, through us in part, and through your historic contacts, you've been following as best you can today's investigation. What do you think so far?
Well, I think they're moving quickly to do the best they can. And these are interesting developments in Boston that you've been reporting on. I think it will be extremely important for them to pull together what they can in this country. But I think we don't want to get distracted. Back in the World Trade Center bombing days, the aftermath of that in 1993, there was a huge amount of focus on getting the people who actually conducted the bombing. And the FBI agent, Jim Fox, who was in charge of the overall investigation in New York, had a broader view. He was quite concerned about Iraqi government involvement in the whole overall operation. And he was unfortunately removed in '94, died in '97. And after he was removed, the government veered really toward a pure law enforcement focus on counterterrorism. And they focused on these loose associations of terrorists, cells in the United States, at most Osama bin Laden. But they didn't look very thoroughly or carefully at what might be behind all this, whether there would be a government back there on some of these incidents, pulling the strings, doing the planning, such as Iraq. I think it's time for the Bush administration to correct some of those mistakes of the last 6 or 7 years of the Clinton administration and start focusing on the possibility of state involvement in some of these operations.
I think you're suggesting that maybe the inevitable preoccupation today with can you finger at least the perpetrators themselves and connect them up a notch or two may be inevitable. It's one of the first things we want to know. But it's going to be hugely difficult, I would assume, to begin to put this all together on a global basis.
Very difficult, but whenever I hear people talk about bringing the terrorists to justice, I wince a little bit, because some may be able to be brought to justice, but if Saddam Hussein was behind all this, you're not going to bring him to justice. That's the head of state. I wince a little bit when I hear about countries that harbor terrorists, because Afghanistan is harboring bin Laden, and he may, and his organization may very well have been involved in this. But if Iraq was behind the whole thing, bin Laden isn't located in Iraq. He may be a junior partner to Saddam, but he's not being harbored there. So I think we need to make sure we have a broad enough focus as we look at all the possibilities of what might have gone into this very sophisticated plan and operation was conducted.
Let me take a couple of things you've said and go a little further. I was, I think, one of those who said that Senator Santorum today, the Republican senator in the Senate today, had said this was a time to wage war, not a time to bring people to justice. And I made the observation, and I think others did too, that this was maybe contrary to the American idea of itself to ignore the notion of bringing people to justice.
Oh, well, we should bring to justice those whom we can bring to justice. But it may well be that only the small fry can be brought to justice. It may be that the people who were really behind this, whether it was just bin Laden or another terrorist group, or whether it was a head of state, will have to be dealt with the way one deals with a country that has attacked you. The only way we were able to bring the leaders of Imperial Japan and Nazi Germany to justice was by occupying both countries, and that meant war. Today, war has been waged against the United States, but unlike 1941, we're not entirely sure just exactly who was behind the launching of that strike.
But you have mentioned in this conversation alone 3 times, and I think you mentioned it yesterday, Iraq. Why do you keep bringing up Iraq?
Because I think there has started to be some rethinking of the World Trade Center operation of 1993, mainly under the influence of a fascinating new book by Laurie Milroy called Saddam's Study of Revenge. It suggests that the Iraqi government may have been involved in the World Trade Center bombing of 93. If that's true, Ramzi Youssef, now in prison in Colorado, was involved with the Iraqi government, perhaps as an agent, and that means they were also involved with the plan he had to destroy 12 American airliners in the Pacific, the plan that went awry when he was caught and arrested. I think a re-look at those older cases, a fresh look, a look that was not taken in the last 6 or 7 years of the Clinton administration, is very much in line now. And if it bears out the way Laurie and Jim Fox, the FBI agent I mentioned before, suggested, it may turn out that Saddam made a second and this time successful try at what he failed to bring off in 1993.
Okie dokie. I want you to explain it, because every time you say something on television these days, people are either sometimes inclined to believe it immediately. Tell me generically speaking, or tell us generically speaking, what's the CIA doing at the moment? Right? What's it doing today? It's like, 10 to 11 in the West, 10 to 2 in the East here. What are they doing?
Well, I imagine they're doing 2 things. First of all, they're going back agonizingly over every shred of information, report from an asset, intercept if they have any, etc., that they've had in the recent past that might have triggered more attention to this, to see if they'd made any mistakes, if it had been a failure to obtain intelligence or a failure of interpretation. I'm sure they are looking forward. They are trying their best to figure out how to penetrate bin Laden's group more, other terrorist groups, hopefully the Iraqi and the Iranian government.
Haven't they been doing that already? I mean, hasn't the CIA been expending enormous amounts of energy and money on doing this for the last several years?
It's but Peter, it's a war that doesn't stop. It's like being the goalie on a deadly a hockey team in a deadly game in which you can't let a single goal shot through. You have to stop absolutely every shot in order to win or even tie. And so you're continually trying to make sure that every single thing that might happen and develop into something like this is something you can stop. It's never ending.
Mr. Woolsey, thanks for joining us now. We'd like to talk to you again clearly before the day is over. I like it when you check in. Thank you very much.
Good to be with you.
James Woolsey, the former director of the CIA. I want to check in now with Claire Shipman, who is outside the White House on the president and national security. Yes.
Peter, we've been talking to some of the security detail that works with the president, and we've learned a number of things. One, the president's going to participate in a meeting at 2 o'clock today, so in just a few minutes, that's going to try to address a number of important issues they think are on the agenda here, whether the IMF and World Bank meetings should go ahead, which, as you know, was scheduled for the end of this month, whether the UN General Assembly meeting should go ahead in New York, which would be quite a taxing meeting, to say the least, after what has happened up there, and the general beefing up of security around the country, especially at airports. Most specifically, we're told the president is concerned about getting the skies open again. He was pushing hard to have that noon deadline met. We're told that slipped to 3, that Boston is one of the problems. They say they are just not ready, and apparently they just don't want to open 1 airport or 2 airports unless they're going to open them all. Peter?
Thanks very much, Claire Shipman in Washington. We now have on the phone from Venice, Florida. I was going to tell you what it says on the card I got handed. Rudy Deckers, who was a flight trainer and allegedly trained 2 of the suspected hijackers to fly. Mr. Deckers, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you loud and clear.
Is that an accurate description of who you are?
No, it's not. I'm the president owner of Huffman Aviation, and I do have people on my payroll who train.
Okie dokie, you're the owner of Huffman Aviation, and what is the alleged or possible connection between Hoffman Aviation and any of these terrorists?
Well, of course, we didn't know they were terrorists. They came up here to do flight training, and my people, the student coordinator, did the right things to get passport copies and all kinds of copies before we start training. And that has been all conducted, and they started the training from July till November, and they flew only small planes, a small single-engine plane and a very small multi-engine plane. They obtained their licenses through my company, Hoffman Aviation, and they left apparently to another outfit to get turbo training in the bigger airplanes.
All right, now let me just go back and review coming. You say they. Do you know who they is, to whom you're referring?
They, I'm referring to two people that maybe were involved. I didn't have any confirmation from the government if they were in there. The only thing is that I know that they're investigating if they were involved. But these two people we were talking about, the students, they left after the training they did with Hoffman Aviation to another facility to do the jet training.
Okay, I'll come back to the jet training in a second, but I just want to first know who's been in touch with you today to ask questions about these suspects?
I did not have any questions from the government. My people were here 2:30 a.m. in Venice, and the only thing that the FBI wanted to have were the documents about the individuals who are maybe involved in this hijacking of the plane. We gave them all the information, and we gave them all kinds of other information we have for students, because we fly hundreds and hundreds of foreign students from all over the world.
So the FBI, though, did ask you for information on two individuals in the middle of the night, and you gave it to them?
That is correct.
Now, you say they only would have got small aircraft and multi-engine training, two-engine training at your place, and then went on elsewhere to train on jets. Where do they go to train on jets, and does that mean training on a 757 or a 767?
I have no confirmation yet where they went. It looks like they went into the Pompano Beach area, southeast Florida, for training. They left here in November after they passed their multi-license, and the multi-license was obtained in a Seneca. That is a small, very small two-engine plane, and is nothing to compare to the big boys. And they need another license before they can fly the big jetliners.
And who are these people about whom you gave information to the FBI?
They talked to my office manager here last night, and I don't know what kind of questions been asked to my managers, other than the paperwork from these students and how did they get here, and that information was all given.
Were they students from overseas?
Yes, sir.
And do you know where? Or do you know what their papers said?
Well, we don't have the papers anymore, and I came in 7 o'clock this morning. I didn't see the paperwork, and I don't know every student, but I have heard Afghanistan and another country.
That one of them was from Afghanistan and one was from another country?
Yes.
Okie dokie. Anything else you can tell us about them as individuals?
They didn't socialize because immediately when we heard yesterday, of course, we were all in shock what was happening with all the accidents up there. Now it's at our doorstep, and now it's closer. So we checked with all of us. Did somebody socialize with one or two with them? Did we know anything? And the only thing that I hear from my employees was that they were by themselves, not socializing with any of my other students, and they said here they were strange birds.
Strange birds.
Normally when you're from a foreign country, they hook together, they go to the bar together, and they socialize. And these people didn't socialize with other students. I can only recall one of the two I talked to, big, chubby guy. He came over as a nice guy. The other guy I never saw, not that I can recall.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have no opinion there. I only talked for a few moments with the bigger guy.
Okay. Can I just be correct? Is Huffman Aviation is Huffman?
That is correct.
Huffman Aviation. And just one other question about larger aircraft training. If you had all of its Thursday games, which would account for the third straight day that the schedule is going to be wiped out. Ron Claiborne is on the phone from Boston. So what's happening in the Westin Hotel, Ron?
Well, Peter, I am outside of the Westin Copley Plaza, a 35-story hotel and shopping complex which has been evacuated, and the crowd which is gathered outside is being pushed back further and further from that hotel. The bomb squad, or a bomb squad vehicle, is in front along with two ambulances. And the police here are not saying anything, but in talking to a number of people in the crowd, they say they saw what appeared to be an individual being hustled by a large number of heavily armed police officers into a vehicle and driven away. Several other people said they have seen a civilian taken away on a stretcher about 45 minutes ago. One person I spoke to, with the caveat, of course, that this person is not among the authorities, says he heard two police officers speaking among each other, saying that they had taken into custody one suspect and that, in the words of this person, the other one was dead or wounded. And he added that one of them had driven a cab for 15 years. That is an important remark, if that is indeed true, because we know that the authorities were looking into the Boston Cab Company, where two former associates of Osama bin Laden had worked in previous years. One of those people was subsequently killed, and the other is now in jail.
Okay, thanks very much, Ron Claiborne in Boston, who will bring us up to date. In terms of these cab drivers, we assume that these are alleged associates of Osama bin Laden, and Ron Claiborne quick to point out there that these are overheard conversations involving one man dead and another man wounded being removed from the Westin Hotel in the Copley Plaza. Just keep a break on all of the things that keep coming in from other places. No reflection on reporters. We just have to remind ourselves all the time that we are talking about, in very many cases, second-hand and third-hand information. Try to tell you when it is. And when we get our traditional 2 or possibly 3 sources, then we're a good deal more confident of the information that we have. Cynthia McFadden is at one of the hospitals now, and I know you've been talking to the doctors, Cynthia.
I have, Peter. Dr. Andrew Feldman is one of the few doctors who has actually been at Ground Zero, one of the few to come back out and brief the press. He is an orthopedic surgeon. He tells me it is Beirut. He says there are military in the area. He says he saw no survivors in his several hours there. He says he is doubtful that the rescue attempts can result in any kind of massive, effective rescue at this point. He went down hopeful and came back with very little hope, Peter. We will be able to talk to Dr. Feldman a little bit later. He'll make himself available to us, so we'll be able to tell you more about this. Let me tell you a little bit, Peter, if I might, about some of the other issues. We've talked to some of the doctors who have been treating the rescuers, and they say that many of the rescuers have injuries to their hands and knuckles. These injuries sustained as they tried with their bare hands to dig out victims in the rubble. They say one of the major issues at this point, besides, of course, just trying to get through the rubble, is the quality of the air downtown. There is an extreme dust problem. The dust problem is severe. Dr. Feldman is standing by here. Dr. Feldman, is it possible we're live at the... Could we speak to him for one moment?
Yeah, take him right now.
Okay. Dr. Feldman?
How are you?
Dr. Feldman, can you relate a little about what you saw?
Well, it's like a war zone. I mean, it really is. I think it's much worse than you could see on a television camera. The amount of damage to the collateral buildings is monumental, and but I'm very, very happy that there's such an organized effort, and the people who are the rescue workers there are incredibly calm and efficient. But nonetheless, this is horrible devastation.
There was really nothing for you to do medically?
Well, we were trying, but there weren't a lot of people they were pulling out, and the people they were pulling out, were not doing well. So. You described it to me as Beirut earlier. Try to set the scene for those of us who haven't seen it. Well, firstly, there's dust everywhere. There's a lot of asbestos. It's difficult to breathe even with a mask. There's, if you can see by my boots over here, there's probably 6, 7, 8 inches of soot, soot on the ground, and all the buildings are covered with dirt. And as you get closer to the scene, obviously there's more devastation in terms of the gnarled buildings and the we saw cars that were blown out. I saw several fire trucks that looked like they were twisted in half, and clothing, papers from the buildings. It's kind of a very odd scene when you're picking up a Merrill Lynch paper and reading what the guy had on his desk that morning, and there it is burnt on the ground that afternoon. It's very tough.
Having talked to the rescue workers down there, what are the opportunities at this point for rescue, do you believe?
Well, I mean, we're always hopeful, obviously, and everybody down there is trying their best to do what they can do, but the sheer magnitude of the burnout in the buildings, I don't have a lot of hope. We'll do our best.
At this point, can you tell us, I mean, the fact that we have empty stretchers here at all the hospitals in town, it's not an optimistic.
Well, you can use your own judgment on that one. I mean, if there were people coming out, they'd be coming here, and pretty slow at this point.
Dr. Feldman, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cynthia.
So,
very much.
Peter, that's the situation down here.
Yeah, I very
Back to
appreciate
you.
it. That's a very discouraging report, of course, from Dr. Feldman, who's been at the site. He said, and we all knew this was the case. It was worse than you see on television. There's been a lot. We'll ask Cynthia if she can still hear me to continue to try to pursue this notion. A lot of damage to collateral buildings. He says it's hard to breathe with a mask. Not a lot of people being pulled out. These are the really most discouraging remarks we have heard in some time. And he said something else about the degree of burnout in the buildings, and there is not a lot of hope. I think, Cynthia, if you could try to put together that in the next couple of minutes, we'll come back to you, because that's the most dispiriting report I think we've heard from the scene itself. But I want to go right now to John Miller, who has been following this Boston incident at the Westin Hotel very carefully. What do you know, John?
If we can bring those pictures back, it might be helpful.
Okay.
This was the FBI terrorist task force made up of FBI agents, Massachusetts State police officers, working the Logan Airport leads from this terrorist case. A paper trail led them from the Logan Airport to the Westin Hotel, where they believe one individual had rented 2 rooms. They were very interested in looking at those rooms to discern if they could get evidence there. That would be rooms 1403 and 1404, both on the 14th floor. The FBI agents and Massachusetts State Police arrived. They got hotel security to get the keys for both rooms. As they made their approach on the 14th floor to the 2 rooms, suddenly 3 individuals came out of one of the rooms. The agents backed off, let the people go by them, and at the elevators they took them down. At that point, they say...
you don't mean took them down the elevator, by the way.
No, I mean took them down as in felony arrest style. Right. Put them down on the ground, placed them in custody, 2 females, 1 male, and they began screaming in Arabic, according to people on the scene. So at that point, they hustled them out. Then they wanted to look in those rooms. Hotel security opened the rooms. The agents walked in and asked for the Boston police. Well, the Boston police SWAT team arrived because now that the agents had these people screaming in Arabic and they weren't able to understand what they were saying, they were worried that people might still be in those rooms. So they called for Boston SWAT. Boston SWAT arrives and uses fiber optic tools to look under the door, and the rooms appear to be open. So they do a simultaneous tactical entry, booming both doors and going in to find that the rooms are empty. Then the Boston Bomb Squad dog goes in and alerts on 2 items in one of the 14th floor rooms: a waste paper basket and a large suitcase. The bomb squad then tries to x-ray the suitcase, take a picture. We had just talked about this moments before New York, to see if there were discernible shapes inside, and they couldn't really get an image that was satisfying. That's why you see the shift in the scene here, from a large crowd in front of the hotel to no one in front of the hotel, and everybody moved back a block. The bomb squad said, evacuate the hotel, evacuate the block, and we're going to decide what to do with this suitcase. They have their options from training. They can use an interrupter device, like a water cannon, essentially to blast the suitcase with such force that it will short-circuit a detonator and render it safe. Or they can do either a robotic, using a robot, or a hand entry. The other 2 are much more preferable, and I think they probably have the room to do that. So what you're seeing here is going to drag on for a while.
Now, that update is very helpful. We had Ron Claiborne on the phone from Boston just a moment ago, referring to 1 man dead and another man possibly wounded removed from the building, or 1 person dead or wounded. Do you confirm that in any way, shape, or form?
I could probably tell you that's not true, although that was the rumor going around in the crowd, because the 1 male was hustled out, and there were witnesses who saw that, and then there was a rumor, I guess, because people had been put down on the ground, that someone was hurt. We can say fairly authoritatively now that's not so.
Okay, thank you very much. We are anxious when we overhear conversations in crowds because, as Brian Ross, who is with us at the moment and has been working this investigation in a very broad way, understand that is the easiest way to get yourself in trouble. Overhear a conversation
Right.
in a crowd. But on the other hand, it sometimes provides very good information. What have you got, Brian?
Well, here is some information that is quite hard. The discovery of the car last night in the Boston airport led FBI agents to a man they have told us was one of the terrorist hijackers, an Egyptian national by the name of Mohammed Atta, who apparently was on the INS watch list. It was Mr. Atta who spent the summer of 2000 in Venice, Florida, with another man learning how to fly at the Huffman Aviation Service in Venice.
Right, that we've just been talking about.
Yes, and Mr. Deckers was on the line there talking with you. It was Mr. Atta and another man. Atta and this other man briefly stayed with Mr. Decker's accountant, Charles Voss. And Mr. Voss says he threw him out of the house because he didn't like the way he treated his wife.
Right.
As well, Boston continues to be a focus of the activity yesterday. The police chief in Portland, Maine, has told us that 5 men came across the border in Jackman, Maine. They all tried to board a commuter flight out of Bangor, but there was only room for 3 of them. The 2 others went on to Portland. They reportedly boarded a U.S. air commuter at 5:53 yesterday morning to make the connection in Boston. We're not clear whether it was the connection to the American flight or the United flight, but it's clear that they came in from Canada just before this flight.
I don't know where precisely where Jackman, Maine is, but this is up on the border of, it could be New Brunswick, up on the Canadian border, which is just a part of the world that simply doesn't have, to the best of my knowledge, very much good surveillance on it, does it?
No, they can come across and people go back and forth quite easily there.
What else you've got, Ryan?
That is the latest. The information on Atta, though, is the first solid indication of what FBI authorities have told ABC News is definitely one of the terrorist hijackers who apparently was at least a year ago, learning how to fly at a small airfield in Venice, Florida.
And just one last question for both of you. Do we now believe that in terms of the immediate investigation, the former CIA Director James Woolsey pointed out this is not the important investigation if these are the guys who are dead, but that we're talking about 12 people on the 4 different aircraft in a configuration we don't yet know, but we're talking about 12 individuals about whom they now have some knowledge.
They have some pretty solid leads, in large part because of the information in Portland, and then this dispute some of them had yesterday at the parking garage in Boston. And the man with whom they had a dispute later called the state police, and that led them to this car, which led them to Mr. Atta. It's, you know, there's a lot for police work, but it's sort of like the traffic stop. This was an argument in a parking garage that gave them a significant lead.
Many thanks. Let me just interrupt you for 1 second, because Lisa Stark, who's in Seattle, has some news about the state of aviation at the moment, and I have a feeling it's not going to be very encouraging either. Lisa?
No, I'm afraid it's not, Peter. Transportation Secretary Norm Mineta has just announced that the only planes that will fly today are those that were diverted yesterday to places other than their intended destination. Those planes apparently will be allowed to fly and return to the airports they were supposed to go to. We don't know how many flights that is. The FAA could not tell us. We believe about 120 international flights put down in Canada. We don't know how many flights domestically went to airports where they were not supposed to go. We understand also that the ground stop then will be extended for all other flights, except, as we say, these that were diverted. Secretary Mineta also announced some of the security checks that will be required at the airport, including security checks of all the planes and airports before passengers are allowed to get on. As we've said, no curbside check-in, passengers only allowed beyond the boarding area, and vehicles near the terminals will be monitored very closely. Peter?
Thanks very much, Lisa. And there are a lot of aircraft which were diverted on their way to their destinations elsewhere in the United States yesterday, and a lot of them are indeed at airports in Canada. Some of them are international flights which are coming to the United States. And we will try, for those of you expecting someone from somewhere, to get as quickly as we can the number of planes, a considerable number of aircraft on a lot of airports all the way from eastern Canada to western Canada, and some which were ordered by the FAA to land at the nearest airport to them in the United States. Excuse me, we'll try to get that sorted out. But we're talking about a lot of aircraft, but the Secretary of Transportation says those are the only ones that are going to be flying today. Everything else, as we've suggested with Atlanta and Boston, to continue to be closed down. To Bill Blakemore in Lower Manhattan. Bill.
Peter, there's a couple of new wrinkles here. First, a shift in the wind just a few minutes ago is giving all of Midtown Manhattan now a taste of what the firefighters, the rescue workers are up against. An enormous cloud, even up on the 40th floor above the Rescue Operations Control Center. We can taste it and feel it. It's gritty and in our eyes, and the Empire State Building is now almost completely blocked out because of this great cloud of dust and smoke moving uptown. Secondly, the building that we're standing on has now been locked down. There's a suspicious object down on the corner, and the police have moved everybody back a good 100 yards from that suspicious object. They're not letting crews leave the building either.
Very much, Bill. And I want to go now to Cynthia McFadden, who has just recently been talking to one of the doctors who's been closest to the scene, who I think can fill out that report she gave us a moment ago. Cynthia?
Yes, Peter, I can tell you a little bit more. We had the opportunity to talk in detail with Dr. Andrew Feldman, who is an orthopedic surgeon here at St. Vincent's Hospital. Earlier in the day, they asked a team of doctors to go into the actual ground zero location.
Right. He's the man you've just been talking to on television, right?
That's right. What he said was this, Peter: 2 to 3 buildings are still on fire that he saw, 20 buildings affected that he counted. He could reach no one who was alive, nor could any other medical personnel that he contacted. He said that he saw numerous Humvees driving around with men, soldiers, with machine guns patrolling all of the streets that they traversed. He said that they drove for blocks and blocks. The financial district essentially ruined. The report very, very dire from Dr. Feldman. Dr. Feldman hopes to go back downtown. He says there are still medical personnel in the area, but the heartbreak, he says, is that there seems to be nothing for the medical personnel to do, at least at this point.
Now, Cynthia, I want to understand there's clearly nothing for the medical personnel to do in the immediate area of the trade towers or in a wider area.
He says that from the time they entered the area, and he describes it as essentially a 10-block area, they saw no one who they could aid. He says that though they are making valiant efforts at evacuation, at trying to dig through this rubble and to get to people who are presumably trapped, that no one was rescued in the time that he was down there, which was the last several hours, and that he was able to talk to no other physicians, no other EMTs who were able to get to anyone.
Thanks very much, Cynthia McFadden, having talked to Stephen Feldman. It is indeed about as discouraging news as we've heard so far, and it may, in fairness, not be definitive. We've talked to one doctor who's made a tour of what he describes as a 10-block area. We caution ourselves that in circumstances like this, there are often in earthquake situations people buried beneath the rubble who indeed may have survived. The mayor of New York has made that case several times. So is ABC's Bill Blakemore, who's covered so many situations similar but not like this before. But Dr. Feldman's remarked that they are not reaching the living, and he has not managed to talk to anyone who disagrees with him in that 10-mile area, and this constant stream of pictures giving us a greater sense of clarity as every hour goes by. That's very touching. I'm not quite sure what he's going to do with that American flag, but maybe we just follow him as far as we can for a second. We noticed on the Pentagon early this morning that in the particular part of the Pentagon which had been attacked, the rescue and research workers, it's up there on the upper right-hand side above over that gash. Someone had raised an American flag. I don't know whether we saw it last night or tonight. We're joined now by Dr. Stephen Warner, who is the... beg your pardon, my notes say differently. Dr. Stephen Garner, who is the Chief Medical Officer at St. Vincent's Hospital, and St. Vincent's is a hospital that just has gone flat out since the very beginning of this. Am I right? It's Dr. Garner?
Yes, Dr. Steve Garner.
Hi, Dr. Garner, and thank you for taking the time. we haven't had a chance to talk to you before, so would you mind very much just going from the beginning? You heard the blast.
Yeah, we actually were in a room discussing what we thought were, you know, at the time, very serious matters, financial matters. And as the discussion ensued, we heard a droning engine very close, almost like a helicopter that was maybe a few feet overhead. And then the next thing we heard was screams, people running in the street screaming help. The executive team ran outside on 7th Avenue and looked. We saw a gaping hole in the trade tower, and immediately the triage disaster plan went into effect.
Would you mind explaining to people again, lest they forget precisely what triage means?
Yes. Triage is an approach to a large-scale disaster in which we attempt to save the most number of patients. So, for example, those mortally wounded, those who have little likelihood of resuscitation would be given the lowest priority. We go after patients who we feel that with medical treatment we can stabilize and save. So we triage them, either the minor injuries, the cuts, the scrapes, and so on, the heart attack, people that we think we can help with stabilization, and those that are just basically beyond, we feel, those who we can help.
And based on those who you're trying to help in every regard, how bad is it when you come face to face with it?
It's the most frustrating process that, you know, you wish you're trained to help people that are hurt, to help people and not to give up, not to play God, that anybody can be saved, and yet you have to walk away from people who are living. And you just have to, you can't think too much of the process. I think the whole idea of a disaster plan and a triage system is to take the emotions out of the process.
It's a very key component of getting your job done, right?
Yes, you cannot, and you think about it a few days afterwards, and that's the time when the shock sets in.
And how many people have been through your facility in the last 26, 27 hours?
We have 8 facilities throughout the city, and we've had about 600 patients. Unfortunately, many of the patients have been the cuts, the scrapes, the burns. The patients that we could really help, that we've admitted, have not made up the majority of that list. We've admitted about 50 patients, and we've seen some horrific things. And actually, the great majority seem to be tied to mental anguish associated with this type of tragedy. We had a cameraman yesterday who witnessed the event and had an MI, a heart attack. We had another person who had an aortic aneurysm that was precipitated by hypertension, high blood pressure from the episode. We had a woman who walked all the way from the site to Queens. It's about probably a 20-mile walk into Mary Immaculate Hospital. Had no idea how she got there, walked in just in a daze with abrasions. And the soot, the one common denominator, everybody comes in with this thick white soot, which we have to decontaminate the patients. One of the first things we do is to wash the patient down and to wash the eyes, to wash the face, and to clear the nasal passages.
We have heard many references to people suffering either minor or very serious burns. Have you had a lot of burn patients, and have you got the capacity to treat them?
We send the serious burn patients, and we've had about 8 of them, people who have third-degree burns occupying most of their body, to the Cornell Burn Center. Each person has to know how they can help best in these situations. I know many of our administrators that wanted to help, and they realize that you have to allow the process to go through. There is a plan in effect, and the plan runs smoothly when it's allowed to run. And we at St. Vincent's know that when a person is seriously burned, that there are facilities within the city that can handle these patients in a more effective fashion. That's why we send those seriously ill patients.
And you may have been too, as you said yourself, sort of locked down into doing the immediate job at hand, but you have a sense that that the city and the hospital system in the city has been able to handle everything that's been thrown at it?
They have been able to handle, and the amount of the number of volunteers have been incredible. The ambulances that have shown up, and ambulances of all faiths. We have the Hatzalah ambulances, which is the very Orthodox group that runs an ambulance, coming right down with bringing 100 nurses and volunteering ambulances. I think in one respect, well, we don't know the full magnitude, how our system would be able to handle the full magnitude had thousands of unaccounted for patients been in the category that we could have helped. That's something that's scary and something that I think we have to address as we go forward, as we see new types of situations that we never dealt with before. How does the city merge all of its resources into one collective approach to a disaster like this?
Dr. Garner, you heard Dr. Andrew Feldman. I think you may have heard him just before we come on saying it's worse than you see on television. I think we all know that to be the case, but is that particularly true in your case?
It is worse. There's a smell in the air of burnt flesh, a smell of death that everybody talks about, and the people that have gone home, it's hard to wash it out. It leaves this memory of you see people with arms severed, with a chest totally, you can't recognize it because of blunt injury to the chest, and they've developed collapsed lungs. And then the emotion, when you add that, we have a center of 500, we have a center right now we set up at the New School for patients and also for families who want to find out about loved ones. And the scene at that center is just horrific. They give the name, we look, we can't find the name on the list, and they walk aimlessly in the street. They don't know where to go, and they come back. What should we do?
Dr. Garner, in just about 1 minute, I'm going to have to leave you because the Secretary of State is going to show up and say something. I just have one last question. As you see what you have seen, do you concur with Dr. Feldman that the news is going to get worse, not better?
Unfortunately, the news will get worse.
We're very grateful for you for taking the time to talk to us about this. Dr. Stephen Garner, the Chief Medical Officer at St. Vincent's Hospital in New York, giving us another slice of what life is like much closer to the scene. And you can feel the tension, I think, in Dr. Garner and the depression in Dr. Garner at what he has seen. Clearly a man who has never, as so many people in New York and outside Washington, never seen this thing before, never encountered a disaster of this magnitude. So now the Secretary of State, Colin Powell, who has already on the record, as is the President today, saying the United States is involved in a war, is going to speak and perhaps answer questions on what the status is of the United States vis-a-vis its international relationships. He may have something to say about the investigation. We simply do not know. He's going to speak at the State Department. Can he just go to the State Department room, give me some hint of when he's exactly? There's the reporters gathered at the State Department, including ABC's Martha Raddatz. Mr. Powell came back from Colombia yesterday, a man who's been part of the Bush team from the very beginning, but about whom there have been any number of questions in the last week or two or longer as to what role he was really playing on the Bush team and what kind of a man Colin Powell really was. Now we're going to get some examples.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I thought what I would do is to update you on the activities of the last several hours since I spoke to the press this morning. Let me begin once again by saying that our hearts go out to all the victims and to their families. It is a tragedy, but as the President has made clear, it is a tragedy that we are strong enough to overcome. Our spirits will not be broken. The resilience of this society will not be broken. We will find out who is responsible for this, and they will pay for it. We are undertaking a full court press diplomatically, politically, militarily, and in the course of the morning and early afternoon, I have been in touch with a number of foreign leaders and international organizational leaders to coordinate the diplomatic approach to this. I have talked to Kofi Annan, Secretary General of the United Nations, and I thank the United Nations for the Security Council resolution they passed, and also for the statement from the General Assembly, and I expect the General Assembly to also work on a resolution later today. Lord Robertson in NATO is hard at work with a resolution that is under consideration now that would tee up, if I can put it that way, prime Article 5 responsibilities. Article 5 of the Charter says that an attack from abroad by any one against any member of the alliance is an attack against the alliance. If that resolution goes forward, that doesn't invoke Article 5 yet, but it puts in a position to be invoked when the United States makes a judgment about the nature of the attack and where that attack came from. And I appreciate what Lord Robertson and his colleagues are doing for us. I've also been in touch with Foreign Minister of Belgium, Louis Michel, who is also head of the presidency of the EU at this time, and High Representative Javier Solana, to thank them for the strong support we have received from the European Union and the statements they have made and their cooperation promised to us to deal with this tragedy and to move forward. I've also attended, along, of course, with my other colleagues, a National Security Council meeting with the President where we reviewed all that has happened and began to make our plans for the efforts we will be taking in the future, not only to bring these perpetrators to not only justice but to the punishment they deserve, but at the same time to undertake a worldwide effort to build a coalition against all forms of terrorism, wherever it may occur and however it rears its ugly head. This will be a major priority of the administration, and I can assure you it will therefore be a major priority of the State Department. I have also, in the course of the day, spoken to the Foreign Minister of Great Britain, Germany, Canada. I have spoken to Foreign Minister Perez twice, Prime Minister Sharon, Chairman Arafat, and Foreign Minister Manley of Canada, if I didn't mention that, Foreign Minister Ivanov of Russia, Foreign Minister Ruggiero of Italy, and I have another number of other calls that are in the process of being made so that we can bring all of this together. And I must say I am deeply touched by the expressions of support I have received from my colleagues. And as I think you all know, the President has been very busy, and I'm sure the White House has announced his 2 phone calls to President Putin as well as to Mr. Chirac, Jiang Zemin, President Jiang Zemin, Prime Minister Blair, Chancellor Schroeder, and Prime Minister Chrétien. So he's spoken to all 5 members, other 4 members of the Security Council, permanent members of the Security Council. And I will leave it to my other cabinet colleagues to talk about the issues under their purview over at Defense, Justice, and FBI. There are, of course, lots of reports and rumors out there, and I think it is wise for all of us to take many of these reports and rumors into some context and perspective. This is also a time, of course, in that regard, for the American people to try, in this time of tragedy, to restore the society to a sense of normalcy. We've got to get back to our jobs. We've got to get back to work. And I know that Secretary Mineta, as soon as it is possible and as soon as it makes sense and is safe, will restore the air traffic system, and commercial air traffic will be brought back online, and I will wait for him to make those announcements with respect to that, and I know that's very much on your mind. Once again, we're building a strong coalition to go after these perpetrators, but more broadly, to go after terrorism wherever we find it in the world. It's a scourge not only against the United States, but against civilization, and it must be brought to an end. I will be delighted to take a few questions.
Secretary, the State Department has been advocating restraint in response to terrorism with the argument that violence only provokes more violence. It's an endless cycle. I wondered if the U.S. will be guided by its own admonition now that the U.S. has been horribly attacked by terrorists.
I think when you are attacked by a terrorist and you know who the terrorist is and you can fingerprint back to the cause of the terror, you should respond.
But
Andrew?
I mean, should it be a limited response or?
You should respond, whether it's limited or other than limited. You should respond to those who did it, and if you were able to stop terrorist attacks, you should stop terrorist attacks. Andrea?
Secretary Powell, one country you didn't mention was Pakistan, and I understand that your deputy has spoken with the ambassador to Pakistan and that this evening the U.S. ambassador to Pakistan will be meeting with General Musharraf. What specific steps are you asking Pakistan to take, and have you at all insinuated that if all signs do lead to bin Laden, that the U.S. would take military action against Pakistan and Afghanistan?
Our ambassador is going to be seeing going to be having that meeting that you made reference to. It'll probably not be this evening, more likely tomorrow as a result of schedule problems. But Ambassador Armitage, Deputy Secretary Armitage, did meet with Pakistani officials today, and really to share views. We have not made a determination yet as to who is responsible for yesterday's attack. But we thought, as we gather information and as we look at possible sources of the attack, it would be useful to point out to the Pakistani leadership at every level that we are looking for and expecting their fullest cooperation and their help and support as we conduct this investigation and as we generate more information, and see if they can be helpful in generating information, as well as how helpful they might be if we find a basis to act upon that information. So yes, we are doing what you described with the Pakistanis. Robert?
Just to clarify, when you say you're building a strong coalition to go after the perpetrators, does this mean that you are expecting or hoping that other countries will participate in some kind of military retaliation?
Under Article 5, if we go that far and it actually is executed, then there is an obligation on the part of our NATO allies to assist if we go in this direction. It doesn't mean that they necessarily will participate in the attack, but it makes it easier to obtain support in the way of overflight rights and things of that nature. So but I don't want to get into what we might or might not do and who might go with us and who might not go with us, because that's just too speculative at the moment.
Can I follow that? Having been through the Gulf War as you were, would you hope to build a kind of coalition that extends perhaps beyond NATO and includes perhaps Muslim nations from different parts of the world?
It should include Muslim nations. Muslim nations have just as much to fear from terrorism that strikes at innocent civilians. And I do have a number of calls, and I just haven't connected yet with other leaders in the world representing Muslim populations. As I was coming down, I was waiting to receive a call from Amma Musa, head of the Arab League, and I'll also be talking to my Egyptian colleagues and Jordanian colleagues before the evening is out. Yes, sir.
You have not yet mentioned the point that President Bush made last night, the idea of holding other countries responsible.
Yeah.
This seems to be a dramatic escalation in the U.S. view on how it responds to terrorism. Is that a correct interpretation of it? And as a follow-up, you talk about returning to normal, yet there have been all these mentions of acts of war, the idea that the country is in a war. How can we just return to normal when in a situation like this?
Well, on your first point, I mentioned in my earlier statements, and I will mention it again, that it's not just a matter of going after the perpetrators, but it's going after and dealing with the sources of support that they have, whether that source of support might come from a host country or other organizations that provide them. We have to make sure that we go after terrorism and get...
We wouldn't break away from the Secretary of State unless there was important news to report. ABC's Terry Moran is at the White House, and the President's spokesman, Terry's just gone on the record to ABC News, believing what? That the plane which crashed into the Pentagon was intending to go somewhere else?
Well, Peter, it is a remarkable on-the-record statement from White House officials, White House Press Secretary Ari Fleischer saying, quote, "We have reason to believe the plane that hit the Pentagon," and that was United Airlines 93 bound for San Francisco from Newark. We have reason to believe that the plane that hit the Pentagon, its original target was the White House, according to Ari Fleischer, and that Air Force One was also a target. Now, if you recall yesterday's flight that the president took from Florida to Louisiana to Nebraska and back that Ann Compton was on, you recall those very dramatic pictures of the plane Air Force One being accompanied by fighter jets. Apparently they had credible information that Air Force One was also a target, but the information we're being given now that the investigation has developed, according to the White House itself was targeted.
Thank you very much, Terry. We'll come back to this in fuller detail, but I want to go back to the State Department briefing, and maybe I can get a word. Let's have a look at the State Department briefing room then, please. Let's go back and see if we can get a word into Martha Raddat's ear, who is our correspondent at the State Department, to see if she can ask, if we've got anybody in that briefing at the moment, can we get them to ask the Secretary? If anybody's inside, I repeat, working for ABC News, can they raise this question with the Secretary? We'll listen to him for a moment.
Saying that Osman bin Laden have his training camps in Pakistan, and because he's sending all his, running his empire or terrorism empire from Pakistan. So now, is it time now to go after those countries who are harboring terrorism really? Because how long can we wait, or how many innocent people can we kill?
Well, I don't want to confirm what the Indian government may or may not have said. But as the President said last night, we will be directing our efforts not only against terrorists, but against those who do harbor and do provide haven and do provide support for terrorism. Jane?
Deputy Secretary Armitage heads a task force with the Russians on Afghanistan, where the United States and Russia seem to share some interest. Can this be used as a platform in the coming days?
Yes, we're planning to do that.
In what way?
As you know, it's a little difficult to travel right now, but we're looking at ways that he and Deputy Foreign Minister Trubnikov can pursue this.
Secretary, with a country like Afghanistan, with whom we don't have diplomatic relations, there's less leverage that we have against that country. What kind of things are you thinking of using now when you talk about going after the entire country? Is it food aid? How else?
We haven't singled out any country to go after. What we're trying to do now is gather the evidence and the information so that we can make a judgment as to who is responsible for this act. And once we do that, we will go after that group, and we will determine what kinds of support they've been getting from what host countries or other supporting agencies, and we will go and deal with them as well.
Mr. Secretary, there are some 25 organizations on the list of FTOs, the State Department's list. Should all those organizations consider themselves targets of this global campaign against terrorism? And secondly, when you speak to the Arab leaders, and will you be asking for specific acts of support, of material assistance in this campaign?
On the first question, just the very designation that they have been put on that list of foreign terrorist organizations suggests that the United States will be taking action against them, and we just identified another one this week, the AUC in Colombia, and we take certain actions against them. It doesn't mean we go in and attack them with military force, but there are a variety of political and diplomatic and other and legal actions that you can take against them. With respect to conversations with Arab leaders, I'm sure I will discuss with them a full range of possibilities as to what kind of support they can give us of a political and diplomatic nature. I don't know of any other kind of support that I would ask for at this time. I might mention that in the context of my discussions this morning with Shimon Peres and Chairman Arafat, and also Prime Minister Sharon, I encouraged all sides to do everything they can to get this process of meetings started that we have all been waiting for Mr. Arafat and Mr. Peres to find an opportunity in the very near future to meet and not have protracted discussions about where to meet. It's more important to meet. So in this time of tragedy, in this time of heightened tension throughout the world and especially throughout that region, let's seize this opportunity to see if we can not start.
As we're listening to the Secretary of State, bear in mind what we have just reported, that Ari Fleischer, the President's spokesman, has told ABC News the following. We, the White House, have reason to believe that the plane that hit the Pentagon as an original target was not the original target, but the original target was, in fact, the White House. And we also have reason to believe that Air Force One was a target. As soon as the Secretary finishes, we'll explore this in greater depth.
This current intifada. And secondly, do you believe that this bombing will somehow serve as a problem for moderate Arab governments whose peoples seem to be more enthusiastic about this bombing than their governments who have condemned it?
The governments have condemned it. I think that when it is realized throughout the region what a horrible act this truly was, I think it'll be sobering for the region. And I hope everybody will realize that no matter what you might think about the crisis in the Middle East, this is not the way to solve it. This is not the way to express your views about that by killing hundreds and thousands of innocent civilians. I hope that is sobering to anybody who has any civilized drop of blood flowing through their body and who believe in an almighty of some form or another. This is not the way you do it. There's no religion that would condone the kinds of action that we are seeing. And so I hope this will be a sobering experience for the world, and especially for those in the Middle East and in the Persian Gulf. Yes, dear. Yeah.
Mr. Secretary, we know you have said that you don't know who's responsible, but your comments this morning on television and the president's comments about harboring terrorists do seem to indicate an organization such as Osama bin Laden, and also about harboring terrorism point to Afghanistan as a country that harbors terrorists. What did you make of the comments by the Supreme Leader of the Taliban yesterday about the attack? And do you think that that the Taliban are still harboring Osama bin Laden? And if he is deemed responsible for this attack, do you think that the Taliban will expel Osama bin Laden and help the U.S. bring him to justice?
I'm sure that the Taliban leadership providing protection and opportunities and facilities for Osama bin Laden. But I don't want to get into the hypotheticals as to whether or not he is responsible for it. A body of evidence is being developed, and in due course we'll make an announcement, but I don't think it's useful to say, well, we're 50%, 60%, 70% sure it's this organization or that. That just leads to, very often, incorrect answers, and I don't think it's helpful during this time. So as the evidence builds, and it is building, in due course, we will make a judgment, and we will act upon that judgment in the way the President has indicated.
The last one for Alan.
Mr. Secretary, what conversations do you anticipate having with the leaders of Persian Gulf countries? What support will you be seeking from them if, in fact, it's found that the threat originated in their part of the world? And what kind of military latitude would you like to be able to exercise in that part of the world that they're blessing?
If we think they can be helpful in finding those who may be responsible, we will expect that help. And we will express the point of view very, very clearly, and I've already started to do so in some of my preliminary conversations, and frankly, I expect support. They are outraged, they are shocked, they are stunned, whatever their views might be, or whatever the views of their people might be with respect to the crisis in the Middle East. They are stunned and find this to be a deplorable act. I think they are speaking not just as leaders, but as leaders of people who, although some might rejoice and shout, most find this to be deplorable and something to be condemned. And going back to an earlier question, obviously the conflict between the Palestinians and the Israelis has been going on for a long time and is always in the background, but some of the terrorist organizations that we have seen at work over the years conduct terrorist activities against the United States, regardless of how the peace process may or may not be going with respect to the Israelis and the Palestinians. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Conversations you're going to have with the Persian Gulf leaders?
Beg your pardon?
Specific conversations you anticipate having? Will you be talking
with
to
who?
the Saudis, the Kuwaitis,
oh, yeah,
the Emiratis?
I've already had some conversations with Saudis, and I'll be doing more this afternoon. We're still changing time zones as I catch up on my phone calls. Thank you.
Was not the Pentagon. Ari Fleischer told our reporter at the White House that the target was not the Pentagon, but in fact the White House, and that Air Force One was also a target.
Ari said that?
Yes. Have you heard that?
Yes.
Could you give us more detail about that, what you've heard, but the intended target?
No, I don't have anything to go beyond what Ari said, and I really need to yield that part of it to intelligence and law enforcement agencies. Thank you.
Well done, Martha Raddatz. ABC's Martha Raddatz got into the briefing at the last moment there and managed to ask the Secretary whether he had indeed heard what Ari Fleischer told ABC News a short while ago, that they believe that the aircraft that attacked the Pentagon had as its original target the White House, and also believe that Air Force One was going to be a target. Now, we do not know, first of all, how they know that, and we'll try to pursue that along with my colleague John Miller here in just a moment, and also at the White House. But and we don't know when they know it, which is important in terms of the President's movements yesterday, because the President, you recall, who'd gone off to Florida on a trip about education yesterday, was then moved in a very erratic and secret fashion around the country. And Ann Compton, who was with the President all day and may be able to talk to us again this afternoon, told us in very dramatic fashion, you may recall, yesterday afternoon, I think we actually still have the video of it, as they were on their final leg of their journey coming back from the Strategic Air Command base in Nebraska to Washington. They were able to look out their windows and see F-15s and F-16s. And as I said, I think we can actually see that on a piece of video right now. They had F-15s and F-16s as a jet fighter escort for Air Force One, and that was the first time she could remember that in many, many, many years. We'll come back to the Colin Powell briefing because there's quite a lot revealed in here, not least of which is the difficulty. Mr. Powell's talked to an awful lot of people today, but he's not been able to talk yet to General Musharraf, who is the military leader / dictator in Pakistan. And Pakistan's right next door to Afghanistan, raises a lot of questions. But in the meantime, with this important news in retrospect, let's go to Terry Moran at the White House. Terry, do we know anything? Do we know how they know this?
Not at the moment, Peter, although we're expecting a briefing from Ari Fleischer shortly. What I can add is this. Yesterday, as I was coming into the White House, and we have pictures of this, people were essentially fleeing the grounds. And I talked to some of the White House staffers who said they were absolutely stunned. The White House has been evacuated before. In President Bush's term, when there was a car here parked on the driveway that was considered suspicious by one of the bomb-sniffing dogs, and the evacuation proceeded in a very orderly fashion. They like to do it that way. It communicates that they are not afraid of these kinds of things. One of the things the White House staffers told me was that they were originally told, please exit the building in an orderly manner, and then an agent came in very suddenly and said, no, just get out, just run. And that's what they did.
And remind me, I don't remember precisely what time that was yesterday, but the walk and then suddenly run may make a little more sense now. Do you remember what time precisely that was?
That would have been a little bit before 9:30. I would say between 9:15 and 9:30 when the building was evacuated. So that was after the planes had hit in New York, and just about the time, I guess, that they were hitting, that the plane hit the Pentagon.
Okay, Terry, anything else you want to add at the moment?
Well, all I can say is that Colin Powell is obviously singing from the same page as the president and everyone else in this administration. The real question here is, can they conceive a response that both satisfies their parameters of specifying the people who are responsible, and yet is commensurate, is big enough, nasty enough to meet the emotional demands of the American people and the Congress.
Precisely. Thanks very much, Terry Moran. And now let's go back to the State Department, where ABC's Martha Raddatz managed to get in and ask that key question. Well, not the key question, but a very important question for the moment. And we heard what you got out of him. Did other people mutter other things as you left?
No one muttered anything, Peter. They didn't want to say much beyond what Ari Fleischer said. But one of the things I would say is that this all makes sense. Hitting the Pentagon where the terrorists hit the Pentagon, they caused the least amount of damage in terms of a statement. You had these very precise, sophisticated strikes in New York, hitting right at the heart of the Twin Towers. And yet at the Pentagon, you hit a side that was being renovated, probably the least loss of life on that side. Didn't hit the side where the Joint Chiefs are, didn't hit the side where the Secretary of Defense is. And that actually struck me yesterday, that in the terrorists' planning, that might have been a flaw.
Well, I take your point, and just to be argumentative for academic sake at the moment, in fact, by hitting the Pentagon, the terrorists announced to the world that they were able to penetrate the very heart of the military establishment in the United States. And even we didn't know until quite late in the day that this was a part of the Pentagon, which in fact had recently gone through renovations, and in fact the injury list is less than we anticipated it might be.
I wouldn't argue with you there, Peter. It certainly made a statement by striking the building. That's obvious. But it's very easy to find out where the Secretary of Defense is in that building. They're on the riverside. Everyone knows that. There's a parade field right next to it. It is a very prominent place in the Pentagon. And if someone really wanted to make a bigger statement, it seems that's where they would try to hit.
Okay, Martha, I'm going to come back and talk, if we may, about Colin Powell and the country's dilemma in terms of the rest of the world in just a minute. But first to Capitol Hill and Linda Douglas. Linda, congressmen and senators have had briefings on the current situation. What did they learn, and you subsequently, from that?
Well, it's actually the House members who've just come out of their briefing with various intelligence officials and cabinet officials, and the headline of what they've been told is that they shouldn't have a false sense of confidence. These attacks may not be over. They were told we don't know what, when, or where. but this may not be over. That was very worrisome to the congressman I talked to. They were also told that the intelligence officials feel that they're 90% certain that Osama bin Laden was involved in this, but not the only one, that there were other financiers of this operation in addition to Osama bin Laden. They also told them that they believe that the Taliban government is supporting Osama bin Laden, and they said they have very good leads to some of the people that we've been hearing about all day long who are connected with Osama bin Laden. Final point, Peter, they were also told that some of the people who may be arrested, who they believe have ties to Osama bin Laden, might be arrested on charges other than those connections, such as immigration violations. But they're going out around the country looking for those people.
Let me just ask a couple of fairly simple questions. Who briefed the congressman?
Well, the briefers were, I was told by some of the congressmen that there were CIA people in this briefing, as well as the chairman of the Transportation Committee, the Transportation Department, Norman Netta, Tommy Thompson of Health and Human Services, the director of the FBI, Mr. Mueller, and the Attorney General, John Ashcroft.
Okay. And let's just put some things in context for the audience. We have known for some time that the Taliban government in Afghanistan has been giving protection to Osama bin Laden for some long period of time. We also know that the leader of the Taliban did his best today in a statement to a Pakistani newspaper, as did Mr. bin Laden, to try to place some distance between his regime, his government in the capital, Kabul, and Mr. bin Laden. Say they had no idea what he was doing and he operates as an independent. But the Taliban's been under tremendous...
I think, Peter, that you're right to say that the emphasis is on the fact that we are always going to be vulnerable to a new kind of terror and a new kind of surprise, rather than that there's any solid intelligence that something's about to happen.
So as far as you're concerned, sir, everything you've heard today was not a sense of immediate alarm about which Americans should suddenly be more anxious than they already are.
That's correct. Most of our discussion today has been focused upon the aftermath. Just learning the details, some of the grisly details of the makeshift mortuaries that are being set up, the FEMA operations, and as was just reported, the FEMA director was one of our briefers, the body counts, the efforts underway to rescue those still living and remove them from the rubble.
Mr. Cox, Secretary Powell just said a moment ago that he doesn't want to finger Osama bin Laden at this moment. And I think we agree there is something of a tendency and some evidence, perhaps early on, to support the finger release going in his direction. He said we don't want to give it a 40 or 50 or 60% chance that we're sure of this. Is that about where you think we are based on the intelligence briefings you have had?
Well, we have had so much immersion in these horrible facts over the last day and some that we tend to think that perhaps more chronological time has elapsed. In fact, it's been a very, very short period of time. We are overwhelmed with chores, responsibilities on the one hand, and sources of information on the other hand. We've got to sort it all out. I am, however, pleased at the rather rapid progress that our intelligence community has seemingly made in moving forward in their investigation.
So what do you think you're getting in terms of information? What do you think personally, based on everything you've been told, as much as you're prepared to tell us, what do you think you've learned about who did this?
Well, there has been a great deal of public speculation, and I must, of course, confine myself to that, and some of it more than speculation because it's based upon reported fact, focused upon Osama bin Laden.
And you also know, based on hearing the public information, and based on what you've heard privately, you know how to sift it accurately for us, too. So sift it in your answer.
You remember in August 1998, the United States attempted to retaliate because Osama bin Laden was suspected then of attacks upon our embassies abroad. Dealing with terrorism inefficiently or incompletely, I think we are now finding out, is going to keep America at even greater heightened risk. And so what has happened in the last 24 hours is that the United States, and indeed the entire free world that is watching with us on television, is now becoming annealed in this crisis, and I think directed towards the necessity of finding precisely the people involved in these terrorist networks and rooting them out.
Did you know before you heard it publicly from us that the White House believed that White House itself might have been the primary target and not the Pentagon?
I did, in fact, hear this before I arrived today, yes.
And you heard it from officials in government?
I'm not, I heard it on ABC, certainly, just as I was driving over here, and I'm not certain the degree to which we know more than that.
Yeah, and does this cause you any additional alarm? I mean, we're all alarmed to start with.
Well, there are some plainly evident facts. Very trained pilots were involved in this hijacking. They took over these aircraft, and they chose a very clear day. So obviously they could operate on visual and improvise.
Can I have a short answer, if I may, to one last question? Forgive me for putting it that way. Do you believe the Congress is going to stay the course? The United States is under tremendous, the administration is under tremendous pressure now from the public and from politicians to do something, find somebody and do something. If it takes time, if it is complicated, do you think the Congress will stay the course?
I think that there is no question. If one is looking for silver linings, there are many. There are many acts of heroism, as we are beginning to learn. People react sometimes very valiantly in these horrible circumstances. Our political system and our government, I think, is also becoming something of which every American can be proud. It was a little bit, or it would have seemed to me in other circumstances, in any case, surprising, if not indeed corny, to have the entire United States Congress on the steps of the Capitol without prompting break out in a rendition of God Bless America, but it was that kind of a moment last night, and I certainly happily joined in, and I think most Americans were proud to see that their government is working together in this way. We will stay the course. Indeed, one of the questions is whether or not we will have sufficient patience to do the job right and not just lash out to try and show immediate results when what's required this time is to do the job thoroughly.
Many thanks, Congressman Cox, Republican Congressman of California. You also answered one additional question for me. I think many of us in the country were very moved by that rendition of God Bless America on the steps last night, but we were never absolutely sure until you told us now that it was without prompting. Thank you very much indeed.
Yes, indeed.
Congressman Chris Cox, Republican of California. And let us now return to Colin Powell just to do a quick retake on... You want to add anything to this story, John Miller? We've heard from the White House in terms of this change of targets. Does it make sense to you? Do you know how you figure this kind of thing out? Where might they have heard it?
Actually, I'm confused that they believe that the plane that hit the Pentagon might have targeted the White House, because there is the plane that went down in Pennsylvania that would have had an available target, a mystery target. Certainly the White House, if you were a terrorist, would have been a nice target to complement the Pentagon. And as you've instructed us, we're going to go to work and try and find out what the basis for that information is and how they know that.
Okay, many thanks, John. Now let's go back to Colin Powell. What is clear is that on behalf of the United States, and certainly of the administration, he's talked to just about everybody, with a notable exception so far. Maybe others will not note this exception so obviously, of General Pervez Musharraf, who is the military dictator in Pakistan. And U.S. officials are in the process of talking to General Musharraf's representatives, but there is and has been a deep connection with some elements in Pakistan, notably the security services and what goes on in Afghanistan. And it has been the case since the United States and Pakistan were even more closely involved in the war to expel the Soviets from Afghanistan. There's a very ugly history here of violence and changing relationships between the United States and the former superpower of the Soviet Union, and we don't quite know how to figure that one out. We're going to keep coming back to this, but the mayor of New York, Rudolph Giuliani, is going to give a news conference. Let's listen.
Information about who was in the World Trade Center. Did they get out? Didn't they get out? Are we able to recover them? Aren't we able to recover them? And we don't know the answers to all those questions yet. We so far have a body count of 55 people as of about a half hour ago. We were able to take out another person about 3 hours ago, 3 hours ago, a woman who was found still alive, taken to the hospital. So now there are at least 4 people that we've been able to take out. We're searching for others, and we'll try to get more information, and we'll try to do the best that we can to identify as many people as possible. But I really think this is the situation we're going to be living with for a while, which is we'll only know whether we've saved someone or recovered someone's body when that actually happens. But we'll try to get as much information as possible. We have the airline manifests now. They're being kept by the police department. But if people check with us, the police department and the FBI can check the manifest, and we can get the information for you about whether someone's on the airplane. We would urge people to go back to normal as much as possible, to go to restaurants, go shopping, do things, show that you're not afraid, and show confidence in yourself and in the city. We'd also urge people not to in any way take any action on their own. We've had a few, not many, but we've had a few incidents that appear to have been directed against people because they may be regarded as Arab or Asian or Indian or whatever. The police department has a few reports like that. I emphasize not many, and there was only one situation of anybody trying to steal anything last night. So we haven't had looting, which we're going to certainly do everything we can to stop. But nobody should attack anyone else for racial, religious, ethnic reasons or any other reasons. That's what we're dealing with right now. We're dealing with the insane, sick hatred of people for another group of people because they fit into some kind of group mentality. It would be really horrible if New York has practiced any form of that. So the police department will be in those parts of the city and give the ultimate protection that we can give to people who may be in that situation. One other thing, the generosity of people is really enormous. We have thousands of volunteers. We have people volunteering to give blood. They're lined up on the street in front of Bellevue Hospital and all over the rest of the city. Also, some of our corporate citizens have already made major donations for the benefit of the families of the police officers, the firefighters, the EMS workers who will turn out to have lost their lives in this situation. GE, the CEO of GE, Jeff Imholt, told us that he is going to donate $10 million to a fund for the families of the police, fire, and other emergency workers that tragically turn out to have lost their lives in this situation. The Cisco Corporation has also offered a donation of $4 million for similar purposes, and we will organize a charitable organization that can be accountable and can make sure that all of this money gets in the hands that it's intended to get to, meaning to the children and the families that turn out to be the most direct victims of this tragedy. And again, I thank GE and I thank Cisco and all the others who have come forward in their own way and helped us. Governor?
Mayor, thank you. Let me join with you in thanking Governor DeFrancisco for being here and for the extraordinary help we've gotten from New Jersey and the cooperation we've had with the Port Authority. It's been just tremendous, and we appreciate that help. And the mayor referred to us as coming out of a one-hour briefing, but it's really not a briefing. It's a work session. And it's a work session where decisions are made and steps taken to try to alleviate the suffering and do everything we can for those who might still be alive. And I want to commend the mayor for his leadership and for the leadership of his team in these meetings, because it is extraordinary how well everyone works together and how serious everyone is in putting one agenda first and foremost and exclusively, and that is the interest of the people of New York State. So, Mayor, to you and your team, you deserve enormous credit for that leadership. It's not just the leadership, it's also the individual heroes who are out there. And just this afternoon, I was at Bellevue visiting a fallen firefighter who had been hospitalized, and I went up and congratulated him, and he got this smile on his face. And he looked at me, and it was like a line out of a movie. And he said in this thick accent, "What'd you expect? I'm a New Yorker." That's the spirit that is allowing us to get through this tragedy. And it's also the heart, because right after that, he got tears in his eyes and talked about his partner in the fire department who was missing, who had 10 kids. And I told him we would stand with him, we would stand with his partner, the city, the state, the country, to make sure that their heroism was recognized and protected. We have to, in honor of them, get back to business, make sure the states and city and country runs and that people go about their lives. And to that end, tomorrow afternoon, we are going to be holding a special extraordinary joint session of the state legislature and the state capitol, where we'll be having remarks and a memorial for those who, a moment of silence for those who have lost their lives. And the legislature will be passing a bipartisan legislation condemning this terrorist act and commending the tremendous heroism of those who have responded as they have. I want to thank
Governor Pataki of New York, who has spoken repeatedly about the spirit of New York and the spirit of the state, but particularly about the people in the city of New York, and who, along with Mayor Giuliani, has repeated how important it was, not only for New Yorkers themselves, but for the rest of the country as a whole, that New York show itself as New York. Has a lovely story about going to visit someone in the hospital and said, "Would you think I was a New Yorker?" Which is a nice story, and there's always the use of that accent when people are telling the story. Mayor Giuliani has, you know, some bad news and some moderately and some other news. He points out that they've managed to get 4 people out today. They've counted 55 people. They're still searching for others. He points out that everybody's going to be still living with this situation for a while, and all the reports we've heard today have been very dispiriting about the search and rescue operation. He says that you can find people who were on board the planes because the city now has the airline manifest. We assume the airlines also are responsive to people getting in touch with them who have had friends or relatives on the aircraft. Mayor Giuliani almost every time has to talk about outright prejudice. As I walked through the empty streets of this city last night, I came upon a totally despondent Egyptian in a delicatessen. And I said, you know, why do you feel like you do, other than for the obvious reason? He said, because I happen to come from Egypt. He said the obvious thing, there's no reason for you to feel like that. Not everybody is against you, but there is a strong feeling of vulnerability in the Arab community in many parts of the country today. Also true in the subcontinent community, Asians and Pakistanis, who are feeling vulnerable in various parts of the country today outside. And by the way, this is also true in New York City about the Jewish community in some respects. Outside every synagogue in New York City last night, there was a cop assigned sitting there, often a man on, you know, who's taking care of traffic tickets and traffic during the day, but outside every synagogue, at least on the west side of Manhattan, there was a single cop talking. So there are vulnerable people out there, and it's fallen to Mayor Giuliani more than anybody else, I think, to remind us that prejudice is just plain stupid, ugly, and ignorant. These corporate grants, they'll begin to happen. General Electric, which ironically has been in a big fight with the state and the federal government about cleaning up the Hudson River, has made a grant of $10 million, and Cisco is going to give $4 million to fund for the families of those firefighters, police, and other emergency workers who have died in the struggle. And there are many. There are many. There's just simply no question about that. We'll come back to the sort of international dilemma of the United States in a while, but want to move it around. ABC's Charlie Gibson has been here watching this all day, checking his sources, talking to people all every day. Charlie, give us an update.
Well, Peter, just a couple of things that perhaps you haven't seen. And I was struck that the mayor said he was urging people in New York to get back to normal. And I want to show you some pictures that were shot just in the last couple of hours on the streets of New York, because they are in the upper part of the city like you just don't see in New York. The streets are eerily quiet. The subways are back, the buses are back, except in lower New York, which has been sealed off. But as you can tell, there's not much traffic moving. There's a few cars here and there, but no horns, no traffic jams, no packs of pedestrians. It is very light. Now, the bridges have been reopened in and out of New York. Amtrak is running into town. There's no Staten Island Ferry because that comes in to the foot of New York. But as you can see, this is a sight that would just amaze most New Yorkers for a Wednesday afternoon, and yet that's the way it is. There are people walking around, but most folks simply staying home. A lot of New York businesses did not open today, told their workers to stay home. They did. I was struck yesterday by A quote from somebody who operates a chain of malls across the country that had closed yesterday. He said it was a day for people to stay home with their families, to be with their families, to hug their kids, and a lot of New Yorkers doing that today. Now, that's the view from the streets of New York. What did New York look like yesterday from way up high? We've got some satellite pictures to show you. These pictures were taken from the Midas camera and the Terra satellite from NASA, and you can see Manhattan Island snaking down there in the middle between Long Island and New Jersey, and you can see the cloud of smoke from the fire from the World Trade Center going out over New York Harbor, right down, looks almost like an extension of the Hudson River there. That was what it looked like yesterday, just after the two World Trade Towers had collapsed. And then we have a little bit later here, well, one more picture there that you can see the smoke going across, almost due south across New York Harbor. And then there's one more shot. This was shot by Frank Culbertson. This is one more still photograph, I'm sorry, but there is also some moving video shot by Frank Culbertson. He's the commander of the space shuttle that yesterday was going over New York. This was shot at a slightly different time. You'll see it in a minute. But this was shot at a slightly different time. Okay, I'm told it'll be up in just a sec. Yeah, here it is. This is moving video that was shot by the space shuttle as it went over, and this is at a slightly different time of day when the wind had shifted coming out from the northwest, and the smoke from the fire and from the collapsed buildings was blowing across Brooklyn, there, one of the boroughs of New York. Just one other thing, Peter. You received about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago, a call from a very distressed woman, and I apologize that I have forgotten her name. But she was looking for her husband, who worked for Cantor Fitzgerald, the firm that had offices in the 101st, 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors of the first tower, and she was so distressed that she couldn't get information as to whether he might be in one of the hospitals in New Jersey. There are a number of websites, and I've been looking at some of them, and a lot of messages that have been posted. There's an AOL website and an enormous amount of traffic on that website of people looking for relatives, or actually in some cases people who are okay trying to find their relatives. There's another website on Prodigy. There's one that's been established by the University of California at Berkeley, I am told. So there are a number of message boards where people are trying to find one another and still have been unable to do so. And talking still about that same firm, Cantor Fitzgerald, which is a firm that had offices in the top part of the first tower. There's a piece in the Wall Street Journal, and I was thinking about it when you were talking to that woman. There's a piece in the Wall Street Journal about the fact Cantor Fitzgerald has New York offices and Los Angeles offices. The Los Angeles office got a call through to the New York office after that plane had hit the first tower, and that phone call was then put on a speakerphone and broadcast throughout the offices of Cantor Fitzgerald out in Los Angeles. And as they were in communication with the New York office, people in the New York office were saying, "I think a plane just hit us." The phone call continued to be broadcast as the office began filling with smoke and people began screaming. They were screaming, "Somebody's got to help us. We can't get out. This place is filling with smoke." Shortly thereafter, the connection was cut off, and Cantor Fitzgerald says they've been unable to determine how many employees were actually in the offices, but those were at the top of the first tower that was hit. And we all know what happened soon after. Peter?
Thanks, Charlie. The woman in question was Jacqueline Cavigan, and she was looking for her husband, Donald, who was lost on the 104th floor of the World Trade Center. And she called, telling us, among other things, that she had 3-year-old twins and that she herself was 7 months pregnant. And she was simply looking for her husband because 2 other employees of Cantor Fitzgerald had been located. And she was utterly convinced that her husband and these 2 other guys would have stuck together. And Cantor Fitzgerald has indeed been, you know, one of the many focuses today. ABC's we're being thrown. We're going to come back to a report on Cantor Fitzgerald because let's go to the Pentagon,
which I understand is
Secretary of Defense.
Shortly. I'm en route over to another meeting in the White House in the next few minutes, so I thought I'd just stop down and make 2 or 3 points. First, We currently believe and are certainly hopeful that the number of casualties being reported in the press is high. As you know from your own observation out there, the work is still going forward, and we won't know for some time precise numbers, but from everything that we currently know, the estimate that's been widely reported is considerably high, and we certainly pray that that's the case. Second, I do want to again express our sympathy to the families and friends and colleagues of all those who have been harmed by this attack on our country. Also, we're, needless to say, deeply grateful to the many units from all over this area that are out there and have been out there for more than 24 hours. Firemen, ambulances, and different teams and squads of individuals who are doing a very professional job for our country. We are, in a sense, seeing the definition of a new battlefield in the world, a 21st century battlefield. And it is a different kind of conflict. It is something that is not unique to this century, to be sure, but it is, given our geography and given our circumstance, it is in a major sense new for this country. Finally, I'd like to say a word or two to the men and women in the defense establishment, most of whom deal with classified information. Since the end of the Cold War, there's been a relaxation of tension, and it's had a lot of effects. It's led to proliferation. It's led to the movement towards asymmetrical threats as opposed to more conventional threats. One of the other effects has been it has had an effect on how people handle classified information. And it seems to me that it's important to underline that when people deal with intelligence information and make it available to people who are not cleared for that classified information, the effect is to reduce the chances that the United States government has to track down and deal with the people who have perpetrated the attacks on the United States and killed so many Americans. Second, when classified information dealing with operations is provided to people who are not cleared for that classified information, the inevitable effect is that the lives of men and women in uniform are put at risk because they are the ones who will be carrying out those prospective operations. And this is a message really for all the men and women in the United States government who have access to classified information. It seems to me that when they see or learn of someone who is handling classified information in a way that is going to put the lives of the men and women in uniform at risk, they ought to register exactly what kind of a person that is. It's a person who's willing to violate federal criminal statutes and willing to frustrate our efforts to track down and deal with terrorists, and willing to reveal information that could cause the lives of men and women in uniform. I think it's time for all who deal with that information to treat it with the care and respect that it merits. I'd be happy to respond to a few questions.
Secretary?
Yes, Bob.
The casualty figure you referred to, I assume, is the 800 number that was provided by the Arlington County Fire Department.
It is.
And you say it's considerably high. We've heard from the military service.
I hope and pray that it is.
The military services, information from the military services indicates that it may be more in the neighborhood of 100 to 150. Is that closer to reality, or can you give us some
We just
better
won't
guidance?
know until we finish the work. The problem with trying to do roster checks with units, it may not include people that were connected with the heliport. It may not include people, contractor people. It may not include watchmen. It may not include work people who were working in the area. So it is folly to try to pretend that there's a number before there's a number. There is not a number, nor have we pinned down precisely how many people were in the aircraft who would also be in that general area.
There are some in the Middle East who are saying that the United States does not have the belly to do the kind of response to this attack on the United States that this administration, previous administration, don't have it to go after them in the kind of way that they have to be gone after, without any specifics whatsoever. Help us with the attitude that you go into this process with.
Well, I guess time will tell. I guess I'm kind of old-fashioned. I'm inclined to think that if you're going to cock it, you throw it, and you don't talk about it a lot. So my instinct is that what you do is you go about your business and do what you think you have to do. I think anyone who thinks it's easy is wrong. I think that it will require a sustained and broadly based effort, and I don't think that people ought to judge outcomes until sufficient time has passed to address what is clearly a very serious problem for the world. And it's not restricted to a single entity, state or non-state entity. It is an attack on a way of life. The purpose of terrorism is to terrorize. It is to alter behavior. It is to force people who believe in freedom to be less free by altering their behavior and redressing a balance between freedom and security. Anyone who's ever been in a war zone, as I know most of you have, you know that when you walk out of a building, you don't walk out with your head high whistling. You look around the corner and see what's out there. And that's not the way Americans live, and that's not the way we want to live.
Secretary, Mr. Secretary, let me ask one. I was just cut off for a second, which I kindly left to my colleagues. So we're getting word from reporters at the White House, quoting Ari Fleischer, that the target of the 757 was actually the White House, and also Air Force One was targeted. Can you shed any
I'll leave that to the White House. I'll leave that to the White House.
Mr. Secretary, your comments on the handling of classified information, are you suggesting that it's time to move to a more secretive government in which there's less transparency about what it is you're doing? And how does that square with the goal of openness that reassures both friends and foes around the world that the United States intentions are good? We all know that there's a wealth of material that's classified unnecessarily and doesn't necessarily need to be.
Well, as I'm sure you've discovered, I do believe in openness, and I think it's enormously important in a free system with a free press and a democratic underpinning to our wonderful success as a country that we recognize that and respect it. I also know that you're quite right. There are things that get classified that ought not to be classified. But what I said is enormously important, and that is that when classified information is compromised by people who ought to know better because they're unprofessional or uncaring and perfectly willing to violate federal criminal law and seemingly willing to put people's lives at risk, their colleagues and their neighbors and their friends, I think it's something that should stop. Yes.
Secretary, Jim's question, folks, he needs to leave. We need to get you across the river. Last question.
Was sloppy handling of classified information, did that play some role in the attacks?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, sir.
It is an issue that I think, however, needs to be elevated and looked at, and that people in all aspects of government.
What's the catalyst? Why are you raising that today?
Yeah, has it happened in the aftermath?
It's a little difficult here, to be perfectly honest, at least from this chair, to figure out precisely what the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, is saying in all this discussion about classified material. Just working backwards, he's just asked my report at the end whether classified information or the leaking of classified information, the availability of classified information played any role on these attacks in the United States yesterday, and he wasn't prepared to say yes to that. But he says 3 times, not altogether elliptically, that he is distressed that classified information getting out somewhere, somehow, is compromised because people are not caring, and in some cases violate criminal law, which of course would be the case if someone was deliberately leaking classified information to the press. He speaks in favor of an open press there, but he's clearly frustrated early on about the reporting yesterday in the news media about the degree, the extent of casualties at the Pentagon. And you'll recall that it was a local fire chief working on the operation, working on the disaster zone at the Pentagon, who said to a number of people, including to us, that he thought maybe 800 people would have perished at the Pentagon. ABC's John McCarthy has been reporting repeatedly since early this morning that that number was altogether too high, and believes, based on his Pentagon sources, that it might be closer to 200. It took Mr. Rumsfeld a couple of minutes there to figure out what he meant by too high. Was it the 800 or the 200? In fact, it was the 800 figure that was disturbing him, but he will not comment on whether the casualty figures are 100, 150, or 200. But 200 is an operative figure which sources at the Pentagon have been comfortable with at this stage, while saying all the time, I think everybody we've talked to in every regard in New York and the Pentagon have made the point that we simply do not know at the moment, because it has been, under the circumstances, too difficult to get at precisely what the casualty figures are. And this is a far, far greater problem in New York than is at the Pentagon, which, if anything, is a control situation. The Pentagon is more of one than it is in New York City. But Mr. Rumsfeld making a very brief, unannounced appearance on his way to the White House for yet another meeting, and he would make no comment on this report on the record by the President's spokesperson, Ari Fleischer, which, among others, Congressman Chris Cox of California told us a while ago he had heard earlier was the White House has reason to believe that the White House was the original target of at least one of the aircraft and not the Pentagon. That in itself has been somewhat confusing to all of us, and we're working hard now that they put that out in the public arena to track that one down. We think I can now, Bob Miller, settle what's been going on in... John, sorry about that.
That's all right. I figured we've been here so long, you'd recognize me sooner or later.
Only knowing you forever. John, I think we can put Boston into greater context now.
Yes, we can. If you saw that, you remember that a paper trail from a car believed to have been used by the hijackers at Logan Airport took police and the FBI to a hotel in the center of the city of Boston, the Westin Hotel in Copley Plaza. As they were going to enter 2 rooms rented by one individual, they literally bumped into 3 occupants of one of those rooms leaving. Those people have been taken into custody. They are not charged with anything at this point. They are being detained and questioned by the FBI. But there was concern that there might be other people in the rooms. So a Boston PD SWAT team did a tactical entry into the rooms, found no people, but found a suitcase that a bomb-sniffing dog alerted on, as well as a wastebasket. The wastebasket didn't have anything in it. They could see that by looking, but an X-ray of the suitcase proved suspicious. The bomb squad was able to enter it wearing protective gear. They found it did not contain explosives. What it did contain, according to our sources, were papers and pamphlets. There was other luggage in the room that seemed to indicate that the rooms had been used by a number of people, more than the 3 people who were present. And they found something that's been very intriguing to FBI investigators, according to our sources. They found hair dye products and other things that could be used to change your appearance if you wanted to. So the FBI has taken over that crime scene now, and the investigation continues. Peter?
Thanks very much, John Miller. We're going to the Attorney General of the United States, John Ashcroft.
This investigation and recovery is a highly coordinated effort. I want to thank all of the federal, state, the local agencies that have worked tirelessly yesterday and today to help the victims of this act of war find relief and to help the United States of America locate the people who are responsible for these terrible acts of war. Immediately after the first report of a plane crashing into the World Trade Towers, numerous federal agencies coordinating with the White House mobilized their resources. Throughout the day, secure video conferences took place among the National Security Council, the Department of Justice, the Department of State, the Department of Defense, the Department of Treasury, FEMA, CIA, the FAA, and other federal agencies. Both the President and the Vice President presided over a number of cabinet and sub-cabinet meetings and video conferences. Continuity of government plans were put into effect. Within the Department of Justice, our full resources were put into operation immediately. As I will explain in greater detail in a few moments, these resources have been deployed both to investigate this act of war and to assist victim survivors and victim families. But let me stress that this is not simply a Department of Justice effort. The response of the federal government across the board has been, I believe, from the President of the United States to the rescue workers, magnificent. I'll now turn to the information that the response we have been making has developed. I'll give you the information that we can give you. However, we will give you only facts that we can confirm. You may be hearing things that we have not told you, but some people have the luxury of speculating. We won't speculate, but we'll only give you confirmed facts. And also, we must be careful to protect confidential intelligence sources and the methods of our intelligence so we do not compromise this ongoing investigation or the capacity of this nation to undertake such investigations as this. The 4 planes were hijacked by between 3 and 6 individuals per plane, using knives and box cutters, and in some cases making bomb threats. Our government has credible evidence that the White House and Air Force One were targets. A number of the suspected hijackers were trained as pilots in the United States. The Department of Justice has undertaken perhaps the most massive and intensive investigation ever conducted in America. The full resources of the FBI, the Justice Department's Criminal Division, the U.S. Attorney's offices, the INS, and other components have been brought to bear and will be focused in this endeavor. Throughout the day and into the night last night, Deputy Attorney General Larry Thompson and Assistant Attorney General Michael Chertoff, who is not with us at this moment, and I were present at the FBI's Strategic Information and Operations Center, together, of course, with the director and a number of other individuals. The Justice Department is working closely with investigators, the FAA, and the intelligence community, including the CIA, the NSA, the Defense Intelligence Agency, and the Defense Department. Numerous agencies have assigned personnel to the SIOC at the FBI to coordinate investigative efforts so that information which is received on these premises becomes immediately available to the cooperating agencies. And I might add that we reciprocate with similar deployments in a variety of other settings. The Justice Department's Terrorism and Violent Crime Section is coordinating the response of the U.S. Attorney's offices nationwide. These agencies have a presence at the SIOC here in the FBI 24 hours a day and are coordinating efforts both in the United States and worldwide around the clock. Investigators are reviewing intelligence and have received numerous credible leads. Command posts have been established at all crime scenes. Evidence response teams and the FBI's disaster squad have been deployed to the crash sites. The recovery of bodies and the collection of evidence is ongoing at the Pentagon and at the crash site in Somerset County, Pennsylvania. Investigators are working with the National Transportation Safety Board to recover the black boxes from the crash sites. The crime scene at the WTC has been secured, but is not yet a crime scene accessible to investigators. The United States Attorney's Office's terrorism units and the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Forces are obtaining the passenger manifests, rental car receipts, telephone logs, videotape from parking garages, and pay telephone videotape records at all scenes for review and appropriate follow-up interviews. All investigative resources of the FBI's laboratory and crisis response capabilities have been mobilized. Now let me turn this podium over to FBI Director Bob Mueller to talk more about the investigation itself.
Mr. Mueller has just become the director of the FBI. He's brand new in every respect.
I want to start by saying that the men and women of the FBI join the nation in expressing our deep sympathies for the victims of these horrific tragedies and their families. And we, all of us in the FBI, pledge to those directly affected by these attacks that we will leave no stone unturned in our quest to help find those responsible and to bring those individuals to justice.
Forgive me. Well, we'll reconnect with the FBI in just a minute, and we'll get back as quickly as we can. But let's just review what Mr. Ashcroft said. He said he does not want to compromise any sources, but he pretty much confirms what we have been reporting throughout the day, that 3 to 6 individuals were involved in every one of the aircraft. Let's go back to Mr. Mueller.
A flight went in. We established command posts. We have at those command posts and at a number of offices around the country where there are leads, more than 4,000 special agents who are assigned to assist this investigation, 4,000 special agents and 3,000 support personnel. We have over 400 of our laboratory personnel deployed at the crime scenes in New York City, south of Johnstown in Pennsylvania, and at the Pentagon. And we anticipate this level of resource commitment will continue for the immediate future. In the last 24 hours, we have been addressing 2 objectives. The first objective is to determine, identify the hijackers on each of the planes. Having identified the hijackers on each of the planes, we then have sought to identify any of their associates remaining in the United States. Our first effort is to identify any associates in the United States who might be related to the hijackers and to remove those associates, investigate, and arrest, given the evidence, those individuals, and to remove any threat to the air system in the future. That is our first objective. The second objective is to gather any and all evidence we have as to whom assisted the hijackers, and not only in this country, but also overseas. We have, in the last 24 hours, taken the manifests and used those as an evidentiary base, and have talked to many of the families of the victims, and have successfully, I believe, identified many of the hijackers on each of the 4 flights that went down. We also have identified through a number of leads, principally at the cities of origin, a number of individuals whom we believe may have had something to do with the hijackings, and we are pursuing those leads aggressively. Let me conclude at this juncture by emphasizing again the FBI's total and unwavering commitment to this investigation. We will not stop, and as I said before, we will leave no stone unturned until we have determined who was responsible for these attacks on our freedom. Now, I would be happy to entertain questions, as I'm sure the Attorney General would.
Director, have there been any arrests of any of these associates that you've identified?
Now, I understand that there is reporting out there that the FBI has made arrests with regard to the hijacking. That is not accurate. There have been occasions where we have interviewed individuals and come to find that the individual is out of status, and that individual has been detained on an immigration hold. But there have been no arrests relating to these hijackings at this point.
Talked to and the people that you've identified, are these people that have been under FBI's watch in the past relating to other kinds of terrorism activities? Are they people who you're familiar with?
As we identify names, there may be one or more individuals with whom we have information as to involvement with individual terrorist groups.
We've seen activity today in Boston, Rhode Island, and in southern Florida. Can you walk us through, in any of these cases, and give us any guidance on why these particular individuals have been stopped and what the FBI is doing?
We have in Boston, my understanding also in Providence, and also in Miami, we have leads indicating the presence at some point in time of either the hijackers themselves, and we are attempting to recreate the travels of each of the hijackers on the planes, either the hijackers themselves or their associates. And consequently, we are following all leads with interviews, with search warrants, and whatever investigative techniques are necessary to obtain the evidence.
They've got to get to the White House for a meeting.
How many?
How many associates, Mr. Mueller, do you think? And how many were workers at the airport?
I can't give you a definitive number on the associates.
Link this to Osama bin Laden.
Thank you very much.
Robert Mueller, the brand new director of the FBI, following John Ashcroft, the Attorney General. And I think these are the highlights in general, and John Miller, who's with me, will correct me. And in many cases, Mr. Ashcroft, the Attorney General, confirms some of the reporting today, and Mr. Mueller, in some cases, points out that some of the reporting is not altogether accurate. There were, as we reported before, roughly 3 to 6 individuals involved in every plane, that knives and box cutters were used by the hijackers, the terrorists, on board to subdue or worse the flight attendants and or the cockpit crews on board. That they were, we've confirmed this, in some cases trained as pilots in the United States. We don't know the degree of that training, but we did talk earlier to the head of a flight training school in Florida who believes that one of the men who is suspected as having been on board, 2 of the men who'd been suspected of being on board had in fact taken flight training from him on small aircraft and then gone on and taken at least some measure of jet training at another school. And Mr. Ashcroft says very flatly they have information they have reason to believe that the White House was a target. Now that raises a question for us here, John Miller, because he doesn't say that the White House was a target and not the Pentagon, as has been reported by Mr. Fleischer, the president's spokesperson at the White House, what Mr. Fleischer said, Ari Fleischer, we have reason to believe that the plane that hit the Pentagon had as its original target the White House, and they also have reason to believe that Air Force One was a target. So that has yet to be sorted out, because not that Mr. Ashcroft's in any conflict with Mr. Fleischer at the White House, but he didn't say precisely what Mr. Fleischer said. Mr. Mueller went on to say, the new director of the FBI, they've identified associates of these hijackers in the United States. They have identified individuals in a variety of locations. They've identified individuals, that's all they've said, who have had a role, and perhaps a passive one. You have to remember that in terms of the United States, some of these organizations have what are sometimes called sleepers in the United States for long periods of time, who may be required or called into action at any given time, and may not all have necessarily have arrived here in the last several days on their way to commit this terrorism. There have been no arrests, so there is been some reporting confusion about that. And Pierre Thomas, who covers the Justice Department and the FBI for us, is with us at the moment. Here, help us clarify this question of arrest. I do not believe that we have said outright that anybody was arrested. Am I right or wrong?
Correct. What we're talking about is a number of people have been detained. I'm told by a senior FBI official that it's fewer than 10, and these people are being held, I'm told, on immigration possible violations, also on possible state charges. None of these charges are directly connected to the attacks, but again, the sources are saying that these people are being held while the FBI attempts to find out more about them. They're described to me as associates and possible family members of some of the people that perpetrated the attack.
But what Mr. Mueller actually said that there had been no arrest, there had been interviews of people. Do you and he mean roughly the same thing?
Correct. When I'm saying that these people are being held, in some cases they're being held as what they would call material witnesses, not on charges specific to the attack, but people who are held on possible other violations like immigration violations and state charges, and they use those charges to hold these people while they continue to conduct background investigations of them, and they try to talk to them to see if they will cooperate.
Stay with me for 1 second, Pierre, because Mr. Mueller also did say they have been following leads regarding these terrorist attacks in Florida and in Boston and in Rhode Island. And there hasn't been a lot of talk about Rhode Island. Actually, an Amtrak train heading towards Washington, D.C. was stopped by authorities in Providence, Rhode Island today. Police went on board, ordered the passengers in some cases to get off, and were searching them. And the mayor of Providence, Rhode Island, said that actually they were looking for suspects. Pierre, confirm for me, is that what Mr. Mueller was talking about?
Absolutely. Again, when they use the word suspects, you have to be careful. What they're looking for as they spread out this investigative dragnet are people that are associated with the attackers. These are people that may be, again, family members, people that spent some time with them, and they want to get information from these people about what they knew down the stretch.
Okay, so let me then just pick out, as we move on now to ABC's Sam Donaldson, who is in Washington, a quote from the Secretary of State said, "We don't want to say at this point that we're 40 or 50 or 60% certain that the finger should be pointed directly at Osama bin Laden, who has been given protection by the Taliban regime in Afghanistan, but that is certainly, Sam, the way much of the talk has been going today, both in broadcast terms and in..."
Assure our young children that they're safe. It's a time for parents to make sure their young children don't spend a lot of time in front of the television to try to protect their young children, keep them from being fearful. This is just a good time for us to think about the message that our children are getting everywhere, and to let them know that most people in the world are good, and that this is a rare and tragic happening, but to let them know that they're safe and our love all over the country. So I also want to thank the media for the way you're covering all of this, the respect.
I think we can certainly interrupt Mrs. Bush while she is complimenting the media, but she does there, finally, having talked about the people she's seen, get to the point of what indeed we should tell the children. We've been talking to some children today. Deborah Roberts will have a report on that for us in just a moment, but we want to go to the White House now because also, with very little notice, the President's spokesperson, Ari Fleischer, has just begun to talk.
He thanked President Putin for his call and for the message of condolence that President Putin sent yesterday. President Putin informed President Bush that he had signed a decree that there be a moment of silence at Russia and throughout Russia at noon tomorrow, with flags at half-mast to express the outrage and solidarity of the Russian people with the American people. The two presidents agreed that they would work closely together in the coming weeks to fight those responsible for yesterday's acts of terrorism. The president's phone call with President Chiang of China lasted for approximately 10 minutes. President Bush thanked President Chiang for his condolences and concern for the American people as well, and the two agreed to work together also to combat terrorism, which is another indication, as I mentioned, of the coalition the president is seeking to form as the world unites in the fight against terrorism.
All right, will that coalition look at all like the Persian Gulf Coalition, see reaching out to Arab nations as well?
The president is going to continue to have conversations throughout the world, and as you know, Secretary Powell has too, talked to many people, and we'll try to keep you informed of the conversations the president has.
But is it right that the president has not yet reached out to any Arab nation leaders?
I'm going to try to do my best to keep you informed, but this is a process, and the president is going to continue to make phone calls. The president is, as you know, he has a meeting this afternoon with the security team. Following his meeting with the congressional leaders late this morning, the president had lunch with the vice president. He made additional phone calls. He has a meeting with the security team today, and we're going to keep you informed of all the information we can about the president's phone calls and activities. Terry and Jim.
Given the scale and the level of killing in these attacks yesterday, can the president assure the American people that the response will be commensurate with that?
Terry, I'm just not going to speculate about the response. You have what the president said about how the United States will prevail. But I'm not going to go beyond that. I'm not going to speculate. And I leave it at that.
Can you say how close the U.S. is to knowing who is responsible for the attacks?
The United States is in the process of gathering all the facts about this matter. The full resources of the federal government at all levels have been dedicated to this, and we will continue to gather those facts and ascertain all the information available.
Has there been at least early consideration of possible U.S. responses, or is the U.S. government not at that point?
Again, I'm not going to speculate on that. Jim?
Yeah, what is the practical effect of invoking Article 5 of NATO that it's an attack against the entire alliance?
It is a message of solidarity with NATO, and I'm not going to go beyond that in terms of anything else that has a practical effect. It is highly unusual, if not unprecedented, for NATO to have taken this step.
It does suggest a unified military response, though.
I think it suggests a unified response, and again, anything dealing with anything military, I'm not going to speculate about.
But Ari, when you talk about coalition, it implies that you're looking for some sort of tangible support from other nations, not just words of support. Is that a way to look at it?
Well, this is a moment for the world to stand up to terrorism, and President Bush is very pleased with the reactions of leaders around the world. This is an opportunity for the world to stand up to terrorism, and that's how President Bush sees us.
Ari, is the White House going to make an open-ended request to Congress for funding, or is there going to be a figure given to Congress?
No, Keith, the president thinks it's important that this not become an open-ended request. The president, and by the way, the meeting with the congressional leaders today, bipartisan congressional leaders, was a very important and stirring meeting of patriotism. The outpouring of support, shoulder to shoulder, regardless of anybody's political party, was wonderful, it was impressive, and it should make every American proud. The president will continue to work with Congress, but he does not think it should be an open-ended commitment.
So just to follow up, is there going to be a specific request given to Congress today or tomorrow for a specific amount of funding?
Yeah, we're going to work with Congress on the specifics of it, and as soon as we have something to announce, I will announce it or provide the information to you.
Jim? Given NATO's decision today and the kind words from so many, or supportive words from so many foreign leaders, does the president feel that at this point he has the international support he needs if he decides to strike, if everyone decides to strike?
Again, I understand that you're trying to determine what may or may not come next, but it is just an area that I'm not going to speculate about, and I'm sure you can appreciate the reason why.
Can I just go back to the threat on Air Force One? I mean, at the time the 4 planes were hijacked, the president was in Florida. If you have a threat to Air Force One, it seems as though you're raising an additional threat that perhaps we don't know about.
I'm sorry? Raising an additional threat that we don't know about?
Some other action that was going on? I mean, obviously the 4 planes that we know were hijacked, clearly, I mean, were no threat to Air Force One.
There was real and credible information that came into the White House, and that is the reason why the White House, Air Force One, took the actions that it took in accordance with all existing plans. And that also included yesterday, as those who traveled with us knew, that we were not going to indicate where Air Force One was heading to.
All right, involving one of those planes, one of those 4 planes, Ari, is that where the credible threat, or can you say, are we talking about something totally different?
You're asking me, in essence, what the source of information is. And I think the American people...
No, how have we accounted for those 4 planes and what their targets were? Is there, which by deduction, you would assume there is something else that we're talking about targeting Air Force One. Can you make that assumption?
I'm not going to lead you any further as to speculating about what was the nature of the threat to Air Force One. But as I indicated, and I'll say it again, it was real, it was credible.
Planes that we have accounted for.
I'm just not going to speculate about the nature of it.
All right, can I ask you this question? Was the President's original destination upon departure from Sarasota Andrews Air Force Base?
Again, I'm just not going to get into those type of details about Air Force One's operations and its locations in this context.
It was your intention to return to Washington.
But suffice it to say, if people suspected that the likely location of a return of Air Force One would be to Andrews Air Force Base if the President were returning to Washington, it would be wise and in the interest of the country for Air Force One not to return to a location that would have been predictable.
All the fingers are being pointed at Osama bin Laden in Afghanistan. He's being helped by or supported by Taliban and bases in Pakistan. So are we talking about now going against Afghanistan or Pakistan? And if it happened, then it is all in the name of Islam. So is it time now for the United States not to wait anymore, that more innocent people will be killed in the name of...
I was asked earlier about who we believe is the source of this, and I indicated that the United States continues to gather the facts about that information, and so your question presupposes the answer, and I'm not prepared to do that.
Ari, is the President satisfied?
Jim,
surely investigators have uncovered reams of credible information that you've chosen not to release. Why did you decide to release this information to us today?
Because just as the President said in his remarks this morning, and I'm quoting from the President, the American people need to know that we are facing a different enemy than we have ever faced. And the President, having said that, thought it was appropriate to let the American people know the lengths to which those who perpetrated these terrorist acts were prepared to go in an attack on our nation.
Were there any other targets that we don't know about?
These are the only ones that I'm aware of, Cameron.
Ari, in terms of the President's language this morning...
Terry, and then we'll come back to John.
Is the President satisfied, and should the American people be satisfied with the performance of the intelligence community in this country, given what happened yesterday?
The President believes that the intelligence community and the nation's military are the best in the world. And clearly, something yesterday took place in New York that was not foreseen, that we had no specific information about. But the President's focus right now is on helping those who have the families of those who have lost their lives and those who are suffering in this tragedy, and then on taking whatever the appropriate next steps should be.
Does he want to know what went wrong? Has he asked to find out where the gaps were?
I think at the appropriate time, the President will ask all appropriate questions, but the President is focused now on getting help to those who need help in New York, here at the Pentagon, and on to talking with his national security team about any appropriate actions.
Ari, in terms of the President's statement this morning that this was an act of war, was it the realization that both the White House and Air Force One were targeted that elevated his language to talk about an act of war? Was it a threat against the head of this country that elevated it to that level?
John, I think that the actions against the soil of the United States are what led the President to say that this was an act of war against the United States.
But why not use the word war last night in his televised address to the nation? What changed overnight to ratchet up that rhetoric?
I think that you're just going to continue to hear the President speak out on a regular basis, and the President will share his thoughts with you as his thoughts develop as a result of the conversations he has with his security team, and as he thinks this matter through in his mind and shares information with the public.
How much
much money are you talking about in this spending request? You know, are we correct to assume it's in the billions of dollars?
That's a correct assumption. And again, once we have specific information, more specific than that, I will get it to you. But the President made it clear that there should not be an open-ended commitment. We'll have, as soon as the information is better developed in our conversation with the Congress, I'm going to do my best to provide it to you in specificity. Go ahead.
What are you hearing from the President's financial working group about a possible timetable to reopen the markets? And how important is that to not only investors in this country, but to the global economy?
Well, first of all, on the first part of your question, the Security and Exchange Commission as well as Department of Treasury are looking at that matter, and so I'm going to leave that answer up to them. But obviously, as the President said today...
This last answer by Mr. Fleischer having a reference to the impact that the attacks in the United States yesterday may have had on the international financial markets. You know, the stock exchange, New York Stock Exchange, the American Stock Exchange are closed today here in New York. Those stock exchanges are open in various other parts of the world. Several questions there about why, given a lot of credible evidence that the White House and the administration appears to have about at least the attackers today, why the President has decided to release to the public the also credible evidence, they say, that the White House and Air Force One were targets. And a subsequent question there as to why or whether the 4 planes that were hijacked yesterday, taken into the Twin Trade Towers, into the Pentagon and elsewhere, were actual threats to Air Force One when the President was in many other parts of the country. Just lots of things to get sorted out yet. But I want to remind you of Mr. Fleischer's original statement, as we believe it to be correct. We have a reason to believe, said he to us, that the plane that hit the Pentagon was originally intending to hit the White House. Doesn't answer any of the questions about the plane yet that crashed in Pennsylvania. And he also has reason, he said to us, to believe that Air Force One was the target, and he's now said it many times. We'll try to get that sorted out as time goes by and as the search and hopefully the rescue operation continues in New York and at the Pentagon. Because you heard the Secretary of Defense a short while ago saying that the early figures that had been bandied about yesterday, about 800 Americans or 800 people at the Pentagon had lost their lives in that attack on the Pentagon. He believes those figures are much too high. John McWethy at the Pentagon is reporting for some time that it is 200 or perhaps lower than that. So a small measure of relief at the Pentagon. Charlie Gibson was talking to us just a while ago, but Jackie Cavigan, whose husband works for Cantor Fitzgerald and who worked on the 104th floor of the World Trade Center, and she was looking for her husband. We're also following that story too. But I want to follow along with what Mrs. Bush was talking about in terms of the children, because we've heard it in every corner of the country today, how difficult, how awkward it is to talk to the children about this violence. And Deborah Roberts has been talking to some children in a school, ABC's Deborah Roberts today, on how these events have affected them. I'm sure we learned something from them.
Most of the kids here at Washington Irving Intermediate School went to class today deeply troubled and preoccupied. It's a commuter suburb. Many of the kids have parents, relatives, or friends who work in New York's financial district. Some didn't come home last night. For them, the disaster doesn't make sense. It hit too close to home.
I was kind of freaked out because the Twin Towers were like my favorite 2 buildings. So when I was watching the news and I saw them collapse, I'm like,
those 2 guys who I heard that they hijacked the planes and took those people around the planes and killed them because they hated the United States. That's what I heard.
Someone in the plane wanted to kill a certain person.
While so many children are confused by the details of the disaster, clearly most of them are consumed by emotion. In classroom after classroom, there is talk of fear, anger, and mostly sadness.
I just burst out in tears because, I mean, it was horrible.
Just thinking about it, my legs tremble and stuff. The children, they're like, Daddy, where's my mom? Or Mommy, where's my dad? Like, where are they? Are they trapped inside the building or are they still, like, alive?
Why was it important to you to have the kids talking today and writing in their journals?
They all had stories they wanted to talk about, and we need to talk about it. We can't pretend that it didn't happen.
It's a jarring start to the first week of school. Children struggling to deal with a complex lesson in life.
Well, we've all said it so many times, it applies to adults as well as children. We need to talk about it, and it's particularly important, those of us who are parents know, to talk to our children and also to listen to our children. We're joined now by Dr. Howard Koplowitz, who is the director of the New York University Child Study Center. Dr. Koplowitz, do I understand in the first instance that New York City, the Board of Education, has asked you to develop, in the wake of this incident, something of a program so that families and kids can work better together?
Well, I think it's important for you to know that not only the Board of Ed, but also the parochial schools and the independent schools of New York City actually work with us throughout the year. So it's almost as though having a fire drill. They teach us and we teach them. So that when this happened, in fact, even today, we met with an entire school district of District 2, which is where several schools had to be evacuated near the World Trade Center, talking to principals about how to prepare teachers tomorrow and what to look for in kids. Quite clearly, the kids who are most at risk are the children who have the most personal involvement, whether they were there and witnessed the event or whether their parent is lost or has died in this or been injured in this terrible event.
Now, this is a universal problem. How do we talk to our children about acts of violence which they do not necessarily readily understand? I know we all have somewhat different ideas about this. Let me be parent for a second. I've always believed the first thing to tell your children was that you are safe and that the bad people out there are not after you. Is that good advice?
Well, it really depends on how old the child is. And the best advice would be to start off by asking the kids what they understand and what they've heard. Remember, the TVs have been on in most people's homes for hours and hours every single day. This is an extraordinary, historic, and horrific event. So across the United States, all of a sudden, because it occurred in New York, it's part of our backyard. It's in our neighborhood. And so, number one, talk to your children if they're very young and find out what they know, and then explain about the good guys and the bad guys, and that we are going to find the bad guys. There's no ambiguity about this, and that we have a government that is taking action to make it safe. Because kids are most interested in what's happening to me. Who's going to pick me up at school tomorrow? Can we go on the plane to Grandma's house for Christmas? And reassuring them is important. For older kids, though, and for kids under the age of 5, I don't think they should be watching TV.
Yeah, but what do you do about that? You've just made the point yourself. All across America, television sets are on all the time in homes all over the country. Do you do any harm by telling your kid you can't watch that?
Yeah, I don't think it's any harm. I think it's a positive parenting kind of technique to say, you know what, you're going to watch in another room and you're going to watch a video on the VCR. Or I'm going to shut off the television and I'll do it, twice a day. In the morning I'll watch and in the afternoon I'll watch, but it's adult images. It's very important to remember that a little child who sees a scene again and again of that plane going into the World Trade Center doesn't understand that it's not happening again and again, that it's just one event, and it becomes more frightening. Kids don't like to see parents out of control. They don't like to see the adults in the world out of control. And if they're older children, if they're more than 6 years of age, and let's say 6 to 12, parents should sit with them while they're watching. They should help them comprehend what's going on. And again, I would monitor how much time you're going to watch the news. I think you're doing a great job, but I think there's a limit to how much a family with young children should be watching this program.
I think you quite agree. I agree with you on this. You certainly got to ration television under all circumstances, certainly under these circumstances. Let me just try a couple of academic questions with you. I'll try to play a child here, 5 to 12. You pick a figure. Why is it happening, Dad or Mom?
Right. I think that, again, being able to talk in language that children understand, and to explain, by the way, that you're frightened also, but that there are people who are bad, who dislike us or hate us without really knowing us, and have taken an action against us that is really horrific. It's absolutely horrible. And we weren't prepared. We didn't know that something like this could happen. And now the government is going to become more, first of all, they're getting very good at trying to find these people. As we heard from the Attorney General and from others in charge, they're going after the bad guys. But also, they're going to make the airplane safer. We're going to see that the next time we go on an airplane. plane. And the important part is, in your life, we're going to keep it very safe. Your school is safe. I'm going to make sure that when you go to school, I'm going to be around, and you're going to reassure them. You should also be aware that even when you talk to kids like this, the conversation isn't a one-shot deal. This is a kind of conversation that, depending on your child, who might not be that talkative, you might have to bring it up again later on. Or they may not want to talk about it, and they might want to draw a picture, or they might want to write a poem about it. Not everyone behaves the way we'd like them to behave when it comes to talking about difficult topics. But parents have to bring this up. This is not one of those topics where if you don't say anything, your kid isn't thinking about it. He's just hearing from you that you're nervous about talking about this difficult topic.
I would also guess that this is one of those moments when you can teach your kids some good lessons about prejudice, given the fact that we are all talking about people from a particular part of the world may have done this.
I think Mayor Giuliani hit the nail on the head when he was talking about that, because that's a very important message for all children, but particularly for teenagers, that it's really time to start talking about tolerance. It may not be a time where we don't feel hateful right now and angry, and particularly when we see scenes of Palestinians dancing in the street. But those people don't really know us, and that's what we're supposed to tell our kids, and explain to them the fact that they may hate us and not know us doesn't give us the right, and it certainly isn't smart for us to hate them back. That this whole thing started because of an insane hatred, and that's important. The other important part is to help kids do something. And, you know, kids want to volunteer. You know, you find that pre-adolescents and teenagers want to do this. Unfortunately, there's nothing for them to do. The Red Cross has got things under control, and you find that, you know, this is not the kind of war where you're going to make bandages. And so helping children feel about memorializing this and saying it's important is good. My 13-year-old made a friendship bracelet for me, and his friends have started to do this. It's red, white, and blue, and they're saying it's to remember the people who've gotten hurt, but to also announce that New York is a strong place. And they're going to start sending these bracelets like a yellow ribbon to the mayor and tell him he's doing a good job, or to the president. That kind of doing something. A bake sale where you raise money, whether it's for the children or the families who have lost their father, that's important also. Taking a proactive approach.
Well, you certainly sound like an advocate of it. Thank you very much, Dr. Harvey Koplowitz from the NYU Child Studies. It'd be interesting to tell you on this question of Dr. Howard, on this question of seeing people dancing in the streets. I've had several emails in the last several hours from the Middle East saying that for every Palestinian dancing in the street, there are others who want to hold a vigil outside the American consulate in East Jerusalem to identify with the United States. And so I quite agree. It's a moment when prejudices get started or get enhanced, and it's not the time for it.
You're right.
Thanks very much, Dr. Howard Koplowitz from the New York University Child Study Center. Let us now turn back to the investigation itself. It's about 4:30 in the east, 1:30 in the west, and we're on the second day of a relentless investigation as to who was involved in and responsible for these attacks on the United States, and the even more important, in the immediate sense, relentless search to see whether or not people can be saved who are somewhere beneath the rubble of the twin trade towers in New York City. And it does appear that much of the investigation in that regard has been completed at the Pentagon, but we're not 100% sure of that. I want to go back to Miami now, because the FBI has been real at work in Miami today. ABC's Jeffrey Kaufman is there. Jeffrey, you listened to the Attorney General and the Director of the FBI talking about the investigations there. What do you know on the ground?
Well, Peter, what we know is that the investigations down here are happening in a number of locations. Here in Miami, across on the Gulf side, in Venice, Florida, and up north in Vero Beach, south of Daytona Beach. What we can tell you is on the scanners, our affiliate, our colleagues at WPLG, the Miami affiliate, picked up a bolo, which is a be-on-the-lookout alert to local police for a man named Amer Kamfar, also known as Amer Taib Kamfar. The description is a 41-year-old man, 5 feet 9 inches, black hair, brown eyes, stocky build. They give that he was driving a 1996 silver Plymouth Voyager. But Peter, listen to this. This is issued by the FBI Terrorism Task Force. They say use extreme caution. This man is armed with an AK-47. Now, what's not clear in this is whether the man was on the flight, presumably not, because they are looking for him. Now, we ran the tag on that plate. It took us to an address in Vero Beach. We then did a further search, and not only did it take us to the one address where his license plate is associated, but it took us to a second address. the same address that the FBI have been searching in Vero Beach all day. We also checked out his pilot status, and he is approved as he is a licensed pilot with an enormous number of qualifications, including flight engineer. Let me just turn to another point down here.
No, just before you go on for there, this man appears to have two names on this be on the lookout thing from the FBI Terrorism Task Force, which you actually sent us, and he's got also an AKA, also known as. Is this a man who, as of now, there's reason to believe was an associate of the hijackers or the terrorists, or may have been on the plane? What do we know about this character?
Well, I think it's fair to say that if there's a BOLO, a be on the lookout alert being issued, that he may well be alive. Presumably, if they were sure that he were dead, they wouldn't be telling people to look out for him.
Go ahead. That makes sense.
This is issued by the Terrorism Task Force of the FBI. They are saying he is extremely dangerous, use extreme caution, and they believe, as I've noted, that he may be carrying an AK-47.
And you believe this was issued today?
Well, we certainly heard it on the scanners today. That's correct.
And all right. Okay, go next event.
Well, next event, earlier in the day we were talking, and I know you've talked to the people in Venice, Florida, where a man named Mohammed Atta took some flight training at a local flying school, Huffman Aviation. I believe you spoke with the proprietor there. One of the questions that came up there, and you asked the proprietor, was would this qualify him to fly a 757 or 767? And that's just a small local flying school where you learn to fly a 4-passenger plane. The answer is no. But if you look, you don't have to go far, Peter, to find where you can get certification. Here in Miami, for example, there's an organization called Flight Safety Boeing that teaches people how to fly commercial aircraft. Just look on the internet, and you can find that there's an 18-day course that will certify you to fly a 757.
Okay, thanks very much, Jeffrey Kaufman in Miami. With those two developments, the be on the lookout from the FBI Terrorism Task Force, which we're not altogether certain was issued today, but we think it was, and Jeffrey Kaufman reaffirming that there are places in Florida where you can learn a small aircraft and also a bigger one, as they told us down there earlier today. So, go back to this search for the families of, for the employees of Cantor Fitzgerald, who worked very high up in the World Trade Center. We were talking to the woman who couldn't find her husband. Connie Chung has actually been following this story in terms of the company as a whole for much of the day, and here is her report.
I swear on my mother and father, God bless their soul, I will take them out right now.
After an anxious vigil for much of the night at this makeshift command center near St. Vincent's Hospital, 2 miles from the World Trade Towers, many families share a common bond. Their loved ones work for the same company and are still missing.
My son is Lloyd Rosenberg. He worked for Cantor Fitzgerald in Tower 1 on the 102nd floor, and I'm begging the people that would know anything, please get in touch with me.
Cantor Fitzgerald, one of the world's largest bond dealers, had nearly 1,000 workers on the top floors of the North Tower, inside the killing zone.
My brother was an employee of Cantor. His wife received a call from him this morning that he heard a bang, and then there was smoke all over, and then they got disconnected.
Robert Sliwak, 42, was a broker at the company. His family hasn't heard from him since.
He said something about evacuation, so the family thought he was more or less in the process of evacuating, and that was very early in the morning. But as you know, I'm here now, and we haven't heard anything from him at all. So we're just hoping and praying. I told them I'd come down and find my brother for her and my parents.
Hat Sliwak felt certain her brother would be found alive. After all, he was a survivor.
But what's so horrible is he had cancer, and he just passed the 5-year mark, and this had to happen. Anyway, we're hoping that as lucky as was with that, he could be this lucky too. We just have in our head that he's unconscious. His ID is down in smoke right now, I guess, right? And that he's somewhere in a hospital unconscious or on Liberty Island. I mean, I refuse at this point to give up.
Here's my son with my little granddaughter.
Michelle Rosenberg spoke with her son, Lloyd, 31, shortly before the blast. He was eating breakfast at work. They made plans for lunch later in the week.
And he said, bye, Ma, I have to go now. And that was it. there's no words to describe it. It's just like I'm not living, like I died and this is just a very bad dream. That's all I could say, and I'm just pleading with people out there, if anyone knows, please call us.
These families, linked by a company, are now forever connected by tragedy and dwindling hope.
You think you may have a shot, but as time goes on, as optimistic as I want to be, it's harder to stay that way.
The employees and the families of Cantor Fitzgerald, and there is the scene. You can just see the smoke continues to come up from the very specific area of the Trade Center. That open area you're looking at over by the Hudson River on the lower side of Manhattan is, of course, the staging area where large amounts of material from the federal government, the various state governments, the city have all been gathered so they can go and work on this one site. And we were quite stunned to hear earlier on today, a couple of hours ago, that the collateral damage, boy, that's a phrase that's become famous through a lot of combat and violence, the adjacent damage has been done to many buildings in the immediate area of the Twin Towers itself. And there is a continuing, relentless investigation there, and not only for evidence of the crime, that's very much the secondary fact, but for people who may still be alive underneath all of the rubble. And the mayor of New York, Rudy Giuliani, has very carefully said time and again, we do not know how many people are missing. But that is the story from Connie Chung about the employees of Cantor Fitzgerald, a story that is repeated over and over and over again, given all of the companies that had their offices in the Twin Trade Towers, and for that matter, all of the people, the more than 260 people who died on the 4 aircraft. And Barbara Walters is here to move that story forward. Barbara.
Well, Ted, I'm sorry, I was just about to talk about Ted Olson, who is the Solicitor General and who lost his wife. They were married for 5 years on that plane that crashed into the Pentagon. What I have been doing much of the day is to speak to families of people who were on the planes. And Ted Olson was perhaps the best-known government figure. Very close marriage. Many people may know his wife, Barbara Olson, because she was on cable television a great deal as a commentator, very vibrant, very intelligent, a great deal of zest. And I remember her very well. She had called her husband just a little while before she took off on the plane, and he felt pretty good about things because he had just talked to her. Then he went to television, and an assistant said, there's been a crash, and he saw the double crash on a replay and was somewhat relieved that she wasn't on that plane because he knew that she was going to go to California but was not coming from Boston. A short time later, however, she called to say, I'm on the plane is being hijacked. And they were cut off. He alerted the Justice Department Command Center immediately. Then he got the connection back, and his wife said they, plural, they have knives. The passengers, she said, had been herded to the back of the plane. She was very calm. She asked him, what should the pilots do? He said, I don't know, but he said, can you see what the ground looks like, and then we'll know where you're heading. She said, all I see are houses, are buildings, and then the call abruptly ended. He said there were only 58 people on that 757, so it was relatively empty. But he tried to follow some of the things that she said, including they had knives, this is what they did, they were very organized. I asked him how he remembers his wife.
Just before you go on to that, you're talking in this instance about American Flight 77, which was a Boeing Siphon 57 with, I think, 57 people and a crew of 6 on board, which crashed into the Pentagon.
I've had my figures wrong. He told me 58. I don't know whether it's 57 or 58. The Solicitor General said 58. In any event, he said that he remembers his wife's great zest, her luminous quality. She lit up the room when she walked in. He said she was a huge presence in everything she did. They were very close, and her last words before the phone went dead were, I love you. He was very calm. I asked how he was bearing up, Peter. He said it just hasn't hit him yet. Now, not everybody, of course, is somebody who's very well known. This is a victim named Christopher Newton, very attractive young man. He was on American Flight 77 from Washington to Los Angeles, and that's the flight that crashed into the Pentagon. He was an executive on his way to California to pick up his dog, Peter, which they had left in California, a yellow lab. And as a matter of fact, he was a member of the Million Miles Club for frequent flyers, and he had moved his family east so that he wouldn't have to travel so much, but they had left the dog and he was going back to get the dog. He's survived by his parents, a wife, and 2 children, Michael, age 10, and Sarah, 7. He was a Little League coach and a Cub Scout leader. Here you are, Peter.
I just take that picture out of your hand so people can have a look at it.
Right.
Okay.
Peter, take this one as well, if you'll be kind enough. This is Al Marchand. He is married with a son, was married with a son and 2 stepsons. And he recently ended up making a life change, and it cost him his life. He'd been a police officer and a fireman for 17 years before he decided, as he put it, to join the friendly skies and become a flight attendant. He was 44. He was working on United Airlines Flight 175 from Boston to Los Angeles when it crashed into the World Trade Center. And his fellow officers have talked about him. They said that he was enthusiastic and vibrant, and they believe he would have reacted like a police officer on that plane, and he probably did. 2 other just short ones, a whole family that was killed, the mother, the father, and their children. And we talked to, this is Lee Hansen, the father of Peter, his son who was killed, and he said, in spite of the fact that the death is a tremendous loss, the one thing that gives them peace is knowing that they all died together and that they died together with God. And finally, Thomas Burnett. He was on the United Airlines flight when it crashed into Western Pennsylvania, and what is interesting about them is that he called his wife Dina from the plane to tell her that the flight was doomed, but that he and 2 other passengers were going to try to, in his words, do something about it. He called from the cell phone. He was 38. He was the father of 3. He also told his wife that 1 passenger had already been stabbed to death, and he reportedly said, "I know we're going to die. We're going to try to do something about this." And his last words were, "I love you." And perhaps the best known of the people is a man named David Angel, who is the creator and the executive producer of Frasier and of Cheers and of Wings, and B.B. Newworth, who appeared on Cheers for so many years. You can, there he is, and very creative and evidently very kind man. And also was the creative genius behind Frasier. So we talked to B.B. Peter just a few minutes ago, and we have that prepared to show to you. B.B., what went through your mind when you heard that David Angel and his wife were on that plane that crashed into the World Trade Center?
It's been so hard to wrap my mind around the whole event that this just was another surreal moment, and it's devastating.
What do you remember most about David? What picture comes into your mind?
Well, he had he was a quiet man, and my picture of him as a very quiet, strong presence. He's deeply intelligent and deeply funny, and his understanding of how all the shows that he worked on worked, and how to make things funny and how to make them smart and speak up to the audience as opposed to down to the audience. He was a gentleman. So I just see him as that quiet gentleman.
Your character on Cheers, Lilith, was very deadpan and, well, lacked social skills, shall we say. Yes. Was that David Angel's creation?
Well, it's hard to say who did what. Somehow these guys, and I don't know who was responsible for what in the room, and they would, David and Peter would probably be better at answering that, but somehow under his watch, these characteristics of Lilith came out onto the page. And
it was on the page.
But if it ain't on the page, it ain't on the stage.
You talked earlier today to Kelsey Grammer, who of course plays Frasier. I know I came in the middle of your phone conversation with him, and I know that he was terribly broken up.
Well, yeah, he's going to make a statement on behalf of everyone tomorrow, so I really can't speak for him, but I think it was, I found a little comfort in talking to him, and I hope he found a little bit in talking to me.
Maybe there may be members of David Angel's family or his wife's family who might like to have some final thoughts from you.
Well, I will remember him always. There will be this one person at least who will remember him as a good and kind and lovely, lovely man. And my heart and all my wishes of peace go to his family and his wife's family, as well as all of the victims' families.
Barbara, thank you very much. I think most the toughest thing in the world is to talk. There's 4 more individuals you've helped us to understand in terms of the personalities who perished yesterday. Don't you find it harder to talk to families of people who've died than any other single conversation you ever had?
Absolutely, Peter. I think when I do, I wear 2 hats. I mean, I saw you yesterday talking about your own children, and the tears came into your eyes, and I get tears in my eyes talking to these people. And one is the Barbara Walters hat that almost hates to make the phone call, except it's a way of their paying tribute, and the other is to allow people to see that these were human beings and not just statistics.
Well, thank you very much. I hope you'll continue to try to talk to people, because it helps to give us a picture that of people, they're simply more than numbers. Thanks very much, Barbara Walters. We're waiting at the moment for the Secretary of Transportation, Norm Mineta, to come and brief. In fact, we've been given, I think, a 2-minute warning, which doesn't mean anything on this particular day, and we all understand that. It's a 2-minute warning to say they're going to start a briefing. But I think all of you in the country now know what the situation is in very general terms about transportation in the country today. Because aircrafts and airports all over the country are frozen. They're frozen by a long list of new demands or new requirements the Federal Aviation Administration wants to put in place, in part under the pressure of the airlines themselves for security, which means it's going to be a good deal more difficult for passengers, I think, in the short run as well, if not the long run, to travel. But I think there are vast numbers of people, not just in terms of the immediate personal travel or business travel, but in terms of shipping things across the country. How will people get home from places where they have been stranded for much of the last 24 hours? It is Mr. Mineta, the Secretary of Transportation, who is supposed to be able to answer all of those questions. And he's going to appear in Washington. He's been part, clearly, of all these briefings the President has had today. And in the remote chance that you've, not in the remote chance, but in the chance that you've just joined us, we've heard from the White House, we've heard from the State Department, we've heard from the FBI, and now from the Secretary of Transportation.
As the President said last night, these despicable terrorist attacks have shaken the foundation of our greatest buildings, but they have not shaken the foundation of this great nation. And I hope that we will all heed the President's call to keep the victims and their families in our prayers. Now, effective immediately, I have directed the Federal Aviation Administration to reopen on a limited basis the nation's commercial airspace to allow flights and passengers who were diverted yesterday to be able to continue on to their original destinations. Only passengers on the original flights will be allowed to reboard under strict security, and only after airports and airlines have implemented strict screening measures. Now, airlines will also be allowed to reposition empty aircraft in preparation for the resumption of regularly scheduled airline service. I have also directed that the FAA temporarily extend the ground stop order that was imposed yesterday while additional security measures are being completed and we continue to assess any potential threats. Safety is always of paramount importance, and in these extraordinary times, we intend to be vigilant as we remain committed to resuming commercial flights as soon as possible. Therefore, I have ordered a variety of security measures to be instituted at our nation's airports upon reopening to improve the security of our aviation system. A thorough search and security check of all airports and airplanes will take place before passengers are allowed to enter and reboard aircraft. We will discontinue curbside check-in at the airport, and passengers will be required to go to the ticket counters to check in. We will also discontinue off-airport check-in. We can no longer allow passengers to check in for their flights at hotels or other venues. Passengers must check in at the airports. We must reserve boarding areas for passengers only. Only ticketed passengers will be allowed to proceed past airport screeners to catch their flights. And all vehicles near airport terminals will be monitored more closely. I know that all Americans want us to move as quickly and prudently as possible to return our national airspace system to normal. And we will, as soon as we can do so safely. In addition, I have the following announcements to make concerning other major transportation modes and venues. Major railroads are reporting normal operations and minimum delays. Amtrak is operating on a normal schedule and has returned normal operations in the Northeast Corridor. Many bridges connecting Manhattan and New York City remain closed, open only one way, or with limited access. New York City Transit is 95% operational, with the exception of the traffic around the World Trade Center site. Washington, D.C.'s Metro Rail system is operating on a regular schedule. Greyhound bus service has returned to normal operations. The Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, in terms of their terminal operations, remains closed. Our biggest concern is for the victims of yesterday's terrorist attacks. I would also like to commend our Department of Transportation employees who have shown an outpouring of support. Hundreds of our employees have asked what they can do in the wake of this catastrophe, whether donating blood or supporting rescue efforts. The United States Department of Transportation has been coordinating industry volunteer efforts to provide buses to transport emergency rescue personnel to Stony Creek, Pennsylvania. Again, let us leave here this afternoon with our thoughts and our prayers for the victims of yesterday's terrorist attacks.
Secretary, to take a couple of questions now. Jonathan Salam.
Both the General Accounting Office and the Office of Inspector General said that part of the problem with security airports are the low-paid, high-turnover screeners. What's being done to improve the screening of passengers before they board the planes?
Well, we started this process actually earlier this spring by coming out with a rulemaking to allow the Department of Transportation to have the increased powers or authority to require not only in terms of requirements, but the monitoring of the screening people at airports. And so as part of that process, we are looking at the whole issue of how to improve the ability to screen passengers as they come into the airport. As I said, one of the things that we're going to say is that no passengers are going to be allowed beyond that point. So they will only be screening passengers from now on. The second part of it is, how do we make sure the ability of those folks and what they're doing in terms of screening passengers is increased? That process we had started back in May of this year, I believe it was.
Well, this is Norm Mineta, the Secretary of Transportation, and he's given some very clear directions to the country and to the Federal Aviation Administration. He says, let me just run through it quickly, for anybody in the country who wants to go anywhere, who wants to ship anything, and who may be waiting for somebody to come from somewhere else. You cannot underestimate, with 40,000 flights back and forth across the United States every day, how important to the national well-being, to the national commerce this actually is. Mr. Mineta has told the FAA that he's going to reopen on a limited basis only the national airspace. And he's only going to do so at the outset so that diverted flights, those many flights which were diverted under the immediate order of the FAA yesterday, can continue, and only original passengers who were on those flights will be allowed to board those aircraft to go on to their destinations, and they will have to be screened very strictly for security. This will also give the airlines an opportunity, Mr. Mineta says, to reposition some of their empty aircraft so that in stages the national airline system can begin to approach something like normality. And it's clear to everybody who's paid attention to this that it's going to take some days. He is going to continue to extend, he's going to temporarily extend the ground stop order. And that, we think, means applying to all other flights at the moment so that he can assess the threats to the national system, individual airports, individual aircraft, and that is going to take some time. And he's going to change some procedures and some modalities at the various airports around the country. Search and security checks of all planes before passengers can board. No curbside check-in anymore. You won't be able to check your bag at a hotel if you're going to go to the airport. Passengers will be allowed in the boarding area only. Railroads are running normally. Amtrak is back to normal. The bridges to New York are still closed. New York Transit is 95% operational, and Greyhound is working normally, and the Port Authority in New York, as we all know, is still closed. We're going to pause for just a few seconds to allow local stations on the eastern part of the country to cut away, and we'll be right back. At the time of the Gulf War, it would be impossible to muster the support of certainly countries in the Middle East and also some in Europe to join the United States in any actions in the Middle East. It will be interesting in the days ahead to see if that actually changed. As we look at the damage at the Pentagon, we just keep getting a series of pieces of information which tell us just how long this is going to go on. Federal disaster officials today say they are clearly preparing for a massive, months plural, long search, rescue, and cleanup operation at the World Trade Center and the Pentagon. And while nobody is ever able to put an accurate financial figure on the cost in an event like this, we hear people quoting various amounts just at the World Trade Center of $5 billion or $25 billion. But looking back at the Los Angeles riots, which the Associated Press has done, we're reminded that in 1992, the cost of recovering from those riots in Los Angeles was $775 million, or $1 billion in today's dollars. And the federal disaster relief is huge. The Federal Emergency Management Agency has deployed 3,000 workers, just that agency, at both the Pentagon and in New York. World News is coming along in many parts of the country. Our coverage will, of course, continue.